Chapter 1626. Master, are you going to comprehend the Tao? The three of them were shocked. In front of the thatched cottage, Yi Fan's heart was calm, his body was calm as he contemplated his path. At this moment, his heart was clear. What he saw wasn't merely the scene before him. There were also things from the past that flashed through his mind bit by bit, many things that were hard to forget. In the end, many old memories faded away. It was like dust flying away, revealing a sparkling immortal foundation. There were some people who stared up at him from below the starry skies, calling out his name. There were also people who fought to the death to become paragons, leaving him forever. Everything stemmed back to the scene where he exploded in the cosmos. It started in the past and ended here. Over half of the 300 years was a blank slate, resulting in his current state. Only in recent years did he completely recover. But now, his head still ached a little. Every time he thought back, it felt like there was a blade slicing at his primordial spirit. He could clearly feel that his physical body had grown stronger. After his body was reconstructed, it was even stronger than before. In addition, there were Law Tao fragments sealed within his body, entangling within his flesh and blood. However, he couldn't use them. Yi Fan sighed lightly. He stood up and said, "You guys don't have to worry about it. Go and walk your own path. I need to seriously think about it." In the next few days, Yi Fan strolled around the mountain. He saw a lightning-struck tree that was completely charred black. It had been dead for a few years, but now, it was sprouting new shoots. He stopped here for a long time, feeling a thriving life force. This was the power of new life after a calamity, causing him to resonate with it. Yi Fan stood here for a very long time without moving. For several days, he seemed to have been petrified, becoming a stone statue. During this period of time, there were birds descending and beasts approaching, but they ignored him, treating him like a piece of dead wood, not caring about him at all. Only after half a month did he get up and explore himself, observing his path as he walked towards his next goal. At this moment, his entire being emitted an aura of life. It was like that lightning-struck tree, giving birth to new hope after a great calamity, nourishing a strand of different life force within his flesh and blood. Yi Fan's body was sparkling. His entire being seemed a little transparent. Essence energy permeated the air. In the distant horizon, the three disciples were incomparably shocked. Master hasn't manifested any Law Tao fragments, but why do I feel a type of Tao energy circulating within him? This is really strange. No, this is an instinct, the life force hibernating within his flesh and blood, resonating with his sealed Tao. Master is trying to defy the heavens. Others are all comprehending the Emperor Lord Immortal Scripture, but he wants to think on his own. He's not only recovering, he wants to soar. Seeing this, the three instantly understood. They knew that Yi Fan was walking on his own path, wanting to break out of the shackles. If Yin Tianda and Yao Guang come, it won't be good. They'll interrupt Master's meditation. It's best if we follow. There's no need for that. Even if they were here, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Master in the flying immortal battlefield. I can feel that his source energy is even more vigorous than before. The three disciples Lord had Yi, and the Fan there had. There they too they were. A lone wolf fell onto the ground, its body old and weak. In the end, it couldn't resist the corrosion of time, closing its eyes. Yi Fan walked over and stood there silently for a moment. A strand of death energy pervaded the air. The wolf corpse gradually turned cold, leaving behind only silence. There is no afterlife, no rebirth. Life will eventually come to an end. Yi Fan walked out a few dozen steps and then stopped. He sat on a rock and calmly looked at the mountains and rivers. A few vultures flew over and landed on the ground. They started to devour the wolf's corpse, and it immediately became bloody. More and more vultures flew over, and there were only some remains left on the ground. The scene was extremely cruel. I've finally reached the end. There's no way forward. Yi Fan walked to the next place. It was a desert. Even though the golden sand was scorching and unbearable, there were also life reproducing there. Snakes, ants, cacti, all of them contained vitality in the midst of despair. Yi Fan turned around and looked in the direction of the wolf corpse. When he looked back, he saw a few similar strands of vitality pervading the air. He was slightly startled. When the sun set in the west, The setting sun dyed the horizon red and sank into the desert. A great river had already inadvertently passed beneath his feet. Yi Fan felt a sense of desolation, grandeur, and vigor. He traveled alone at the speed of a mortal, neither fast nor slow. He appreciated the scenery of the desert and experienced the loneliness and desolation of the starry night. In the end, Yi Fan entered the prairie and saw the withered brambles turn verdant after the torrential rain. The grass grew and flourished, and he experienced the process of life transformation. And on a rainy night, he saw a giant carp on the shore of a lake. It was struggling, tearing open its abdomen and stretching out its claws. It was evolving towards a higher level of life. He saw too much, but there didn't seem to be any connection. Yi Fan was only thinking about his own path. He walked aimlessly. He would stop when he saw these things, but that didn't mean he would definitely gain something. Metamorphosis, a process of rebirth. Yi Fan returned to the front of the thatched cottage. The gecko's severed tail had long since grown back and was stronger than before. As for the old snake, it was also advancing at lightning speed. On this day, it had metamorphosed again. A layer of old skin was left behind, and this time, the horn on its head was even more sparkling and translucent. There was also a small protrusion on its abdomen, as if dragon claws were about to grow out. 1,000 years of accumulation is released in 1 month. The snake is really going to transform into a flood dragon, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Accumulation, precipitation, and then suddenly erupt in a period of time to realize a sublimation. This was his intuition and his first reaction based on the facts he saw. Yi Fan left the thatched cottage for the second time. From here, he still followed the previous path. The lightning struck wood had been revived. It could be foreseen that there would be a day when it would flourish and flourish once more. There is new life in withering. There is light in despair. Yi Fan set foot on an even further path. When he passed by the place where the wolf carcass used to be, he saw a flourishing vitality here. The aura of death had all dissipated, and only vitality was blossoming. This was because large patches of grass had appeared where the carcass used to be. The remaining wolf carcass had nourished the plants here. Is there no reincarnation? He was startled. The lone wolf had already died and no longer existed, but it had nourished another kind of life. He raised his head and looked into the distance. A few vultures flew in the air and then landed on the ground. Evidently, they had found a new target and were fighting for food and plundering. In the place where the vultures roamed, he saw a lot of bird droppings. The vegetation there was especially exuberant and incomparably lush. The world's 6 paths of reincarnation, Yi Fan suddenly said. In the distance, Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Yang Shichuan were all shocked. Today, they were seized by a sudden impulse and followed him from afar. This was because they felt that their master was always thinking hard about the path ahead and had always been unable to find a solution. They hoped to be able to participate. Didn't master always believe in the afterlife? He didn't believe in the past and didn't place his mind on the afterlife. He only fought for this life. Why did he suddenly change? What happened? Why did Master's views change? Could it be that the problem with Master's body is so serious that he needs reincarnation to completely solve it? They were all shocked and felt that something wasn't quite right. They all revealed expressions of worry, but they didn't go over. They still stood at the end of the horizon. Yi Fan became absent-minded. He naturally didn't change his beliefs, but rather understood reincarnation from a different perspective. The so-called 6 paths of reincarnation, and this life was only for the afterlife. That wasn't what he considered. What he saw was a type of transformation between pure matter and imprint. The dead wolf turned into a corpse and turned into dung. This was the most basic and ordinary type of dissipation and decomposition. After it turned into dung, it was then absorbed by the vegetation and grew vigorously. The lone wolf became a component of another type of life. This was a type of different reincarnation. The abundant grass was eaten by the deer and sheep, and then turned into another type of life. What remained unchanged were the most basic elemental substances. The herbivores became food for the ferocious beasts, and the wolf's corpse became food for the vultures. It became a part of their bodies. It was still a type of reincarnation, a different 6 paths of reincarnation. I am a world. My Tao, my laws, my imprints are reincarnated in the world within my body and have never dissipated. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He left this place. Then, He entered the great desert and saw the animal corpses under the cacti. He saw the hunting ferocious beasts. All of this was also a reincarnation, a type of different reincarnation. The solitary smoke rose in the great desert and the round sun set over the long river. In the end, even the path he took was a reincarnation. In the end, he returned to the front of the thatched cottage. Transformations ranged from small changes to large reincarnations. Yi Fan's heart was at peace. He associated the simplest natural scenery he saw along the way to the problem of his body. On this day, he sat down cross-legged. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. There was a vague feeling that the great Tao was about to appear, and the world was silent. His appearance was solemn and dignified, and there was an awe-inspiring aura spreading out from his body. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Xianxia, who were in the distance, were extremely shocked. The fluctuations of the law fragments made them feel terrified. Boom! On this day, everyone in the mountains and rivers felt a majestic pressure. It was as if an unparalleled cultivator had been born and had broken free from the seal. The ripples of the great path that emanated from him were terrifying. Has Master recovered? Yi Tong and the other two were pleasantly surprised. But very soon, their expressions turned serious again as they watched seriously. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and translucent. The law fragments were awakened, turning into stars one after another. His entire body was like a world of its own, turning into a great universe. It was a terrifying scene. This was a transformation of the heavens and the earth. Chaotic mist lingered, and the law fragments were resurrected. They turned into rivers of stars and formed a universe of the human body. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Xianxia were breathing heavily as they watched nervously. They felt an unparalleled majesty, as well as an unparalleled law power. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had entered Yi Fan's body, creating a new world that was vast and unfathomable. However, the final result was that Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his body trembled violently. He had broken the endless rivers of stars and destroyed the myriad of stars. His body suddenly became dim, no longer sparkling and translucent. All the stars had exploded. Master! Yi Tong and the other two shouted and rushed over. This is only my body. It doesn't need a copy to exist in the universe. Yi Fan stood up. The powerful law fragments that had awakened just now had disappeared again. His eyes became dim again. Master, are you all right? Xianxia asked worriedly. I'm fine. I'm better than I was before. Yi Fan's reply exceeded their expectations. He clearly had no fluctuations of magic power, and his cultivation had not returned. Why did he say that? Then, Yi Fan entered a state of contemplation. He didn't show any activity for a long time. Master, what are you thinking about? Yi Tong asked worriedly. I am thinking about some problems. Accumulation, transformation, sublimation, passing away, reincarnation, long life. Yi Fan replied honestly. The three of them revealed strange expressions. The latter two of these problems clearly exceeded the scope of what the great sage should consider. What was their master trying to do? Master, are you all right? Hua Hua asked. Dong. Yi Fan struck his bald head, making him grimace in pain. It's already been 300 years. Why are you hitting me again? We are going to Imperial Pass. Right at this time, Yi Fan said. Yi Fan came, wishing to enter Imperial Pass. When news of this got out, it shook up the entire majestic ancient city, making many people's minds jump. Didn't he lose his cultivation? He still dared come here? This wasn't the Ascension Immortal battlefield. It didn't restrict the power of natural laws of other experts. What was he trying to do? Sacred Body Yi Fan is coming. He is going to grace Imperial Pass with his presence. The news is real. There are only 3 disciples accompanying him, no other experts. He doesn't fear anything here. Chapter 16:27. Yi Fan was coming, about to enter Imperial Pass, drawing everyone's attention. 300 years ago, he fought a bloody battle against a supreme being. Everyone thought that he died. Now that he was able to appear alive, this was the greatest type of miracle in itself. Forget about the benefits and hidden injuries from the battle against ancient supreme beings. Just the reason why he survived was enough for everyone to dig into. There was definitely a sky-shocking great secret, everyone looking forward to the truth. Now he was coming. Even some people who originally had nothing to do with him began to seriously examine him. This might involve secrets that moved their hearts, worth carefully researching. A gate of light opened, for figures walking out. The city wall up ahead was grand and imposing, like a blood-colored mountain ridge, towering in the cosmos' starry skies. This was dyed red by the blood of true experts, the color not fading even now. This was precisely Imperial Pass. Even though it wasn't the main gate, the blood that blossomed and then quickly cooled, the bleakness that fell was extremely strong, even greater than the main gate, possessing a type of austere aura. It was to the extent where there was the aura of ancient great emperors. This left everyone shocked. Even Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly. This was the blood that scattered down when young great emperors fought here, suffering serious injuries. Later on, when someone achieved the Tao, heaven and earth poured some type of natural laws into the blood that surged out when they were young, engraving themselves on the city walls, not fading even now. This also made Imperial Pass more and more sturdy, existing for endless time, never collapsing. This was definitely a type of emperor blood. This was a terrifying scene. The more one observed and analyzed, the more one felt reverence. Yi Fan came, accompanied by his 3 disciples, about to enter the blood-soaked Imperial Pass. Here, he experienced a type of grandness and desolation accumulated by the long river of time. This was a type of feeling that was difficult to describe with words. How many heroes from the past had left their names here, fought illustrious battles, yet were buried in the past? Imperial Pass is a masterpiece of history to begin with, recording the imprints of the most powerful heroes from past to present. The great sages of all clans in the heaven's endless regions have come before. Their brilliance, their blood, their battles had previously deeply shaken this city. Yi Tong said. Yi Fan came, standing in front of Imperial Pass. The ancient gates opened with creak-creak sounds. At this moment, many people could not remain calm. There were people standing on the majestic buildings and the natural stone platforms stained with blood, staring at the city gate. It was unknown how many people were in the city. There was the number 1 person of the god race, the little sovereign of the insect race, the bloodline of the true god among the holy spirits, the descendants of the primordial emperors, the children of the gods and devils. They came from different star fields, and they were all top figures of this era. Boom! Iron hooves shook the starry sky. It was as if a torrent of iron and steel had suddenly surged over. The murderous aura of iron and blood conquering instantly engulfed the vast sky. A group of iron cavalry rushed over, people shouting and beasts hissing. They were ferocious and ferocious, their baleful auras overflowing into the heavens. Every single ancient beast wore iron armor that shone with a cold metallic luster. One could roughly guess what kind of vicious beasts they were. They were all archaic species. The knights sitting on them were all ferocious and tyrannical. All of them wore ghost masks, and each of them had a thick aura of death. It was clear that they came for Yi Fan, stopping him from entering, wishing to embarrass him as much as possible. If he couldn't even enter the city gate, then there was no need for Yi Fan to take this true path. Even if he had great contributions, if he was stopped outside the city like this, it would definitely become a lifetime regret, leaving behind a stain of humiliation that was difficult to wash away. The struggle for supremacy in the Emperor path depended on strength. It could be said that doing things like this was extremely unreasonable. After all, 300 years ago, Yi Fan had done so many things, fighting until the last drop of blood flowed out. Now, when he arrived in front of Imperial Pass, there were actually people who took action like this, wishing to chase him away in humiliation. This was already no longer a normal type of humiliation, but rather hatred to the extreme, wishing to force him into a dead end. What kind of statuses did these people have? Everyone was confused. Even if it was Yao Guang Yin Tianda, these people who were believed to inevitably fight against Yi Fan, they still wouldn't be so unreasonable as to take action at this moment, right? Forget about everything else. Just the fact that after the battle 300 years ago, only now did Yi Fan drag his injured body back to life, everyone should give him enough respect. At the very least, on the surface, he should be allowed into the city. These people were going too far, not giving him any face, this direct and direct, wishing to slap Yi Fan in the face. This was a type of undisguised humiliation, not caring about everything he did, trampling on his dignity. Xianxia erupted with anger, all of his blood surging, blood energy piercing the heavens from the crown of his head. His entire body was suffused with golden light, his entire being about to ignite, feeling anger for his master. Now it was already proven, everyone acknowledging Yi Fan's identity, yet they still treated him like this. For the sake of the Emperor path, if there were confrontations on the battlefield in the future, then that was normal, something unavoidable. However, right now, they didn't even let him through the city gate. This crossed the bottom line of what they could tolerate. You guys are going too far. Do you really think my master is so easily bullied? Xianxia's words were so cold that they could freeze everything within a 3,000 li radius, chilling everyone to the bone. At this moment, the entire city fell silent. Everyone was staring at the city gate, paying close attention to everything. They wanted to see exactly who was the one who used such an intense method to obstruct Yi Fan from entering the city. There were a total of 7 riders in front of the city gate, each of them exuding a terrifying aura of blood and bones. They had crawled out from a pile of corpses, exuding a terrifying aura of death. In fact, no fluctuations of life could be felt from them. It was like they came from the underworld and had died countless years ago. Now they were summoned back to this world. The one who took your master's life. One of the 7 riders spoke. His voice was like 2 metal plates grinding against each other, sharp and ear-piercing, causing goosebumps to appear on the skin of those who heard it, feeling extremely uncomfortable. His immortal foundation emitted fluctuations of his will, allowing everyone to understand that these weren't corpses, they had imprints of life. Your Grandpa Buddha is truly angered today. Obstructing my master from entering the city is equivalent to digging up this Buddha's ancestral grave. Not a single one of you can think of leaving. I will send all of you to the afterlife. This was the first time Hua Hua retracted his mischievous smile as he roared in anger. Bzz. The reply he received was the trembling of the sky. The rider in the lead wielded a black great sword and slashed out, cleaving apart heaven and earth. Numerous ancient runes flew out, manifesting the supreme might of the great Tao, aiming straight for Hua Hua's head. The battle started just like that. It was so sudden. Buddha of all schools. Hua Hua roared in rage. Boundless Buddhic light illuminated the area as numerous great Buddhas appeared in the sky. All of them were chanting sutras as the ancient incantations transformed into tangible runes that pressed downwards. This place was instantly destroyed. The black-colored great sword in the hands of the rider in the lead cleaved apart the ancient runes and the Buddhic light, blocking this supreme Buddhist technique. The 7 ferocious beasts galloped, trampling through the air. All of them stood on their hind legs and rushed towards Yi Tong, Hua Hua, Xianxia and the others, showing no fear at all. As for the riders, they all unleashed their strongest laws and brandished the weapons in their hands, wanting to reap their lives. Boom! Yi Tong's entire body shone, as if countless suns blossomed, illuminating this place with resplendent radiance. He brandished his fists, and then sun-like giant spheres of light flew out one after another, erupting between the 7 great vicious beasts. Something shocking happened. The black-colored great sword in the leader's hands brandished, hacking apart all of the sun stars, tearing apart everything, powerful to the extreme. The 7 riders stood side by side, slaughtering their way over. Giant weapons, giant swords, great halberds, iron spears, and others all descended, vicious flames overflowing into the heavens, shocking everyone. They were too powerful, making the bodies of everyone in Imperial Pass go taut. No matter how arrogant they still knew how heaven-defying these 7 were. They were too domineering, the 7 of them simply unmatched under the sky when they joined hands. At this moment, Xianxia not only brandished the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist, he even displayed the irregular scene of his unmatched sacred body. His entire body erupted with radiance that tore through eternity, stopping the 7 riders. Meanwhile, Hua Hua chanted sutras from her mouth, her entire body covered in incantations, as if she was a future Buddha, towering in the starry sky. After receiving the support of many great Buddhas from past until present, she was divine and dignified, no longer smiling in the slightest. Her entire body shone, the endless scriptures Buddha ascension hand imprint suppressed forward. Meanwhile, Yi Tong also displayed the most powerful attack. His left hand displayed the 9 emperor characters of the extreme Yin Mother scripture. Right hand the 9 ancient characters of the extreme Yang immortal scripture. They erupted together, heaven and earth splitting, ghosts weeping and deities howling, crushing forward to resist the 7 demonic riders. Everyone in Imperial Pass was shaken. These were all unmatched extreme arts, any one of them able to overlook the heavens, reign supreme over a region. Now, they actually appeared together, deeply touching everyone's minds. Yi Fan's 3 disciples were heaven-defying after all, all of them already rising up. That type of style was exceptional, making one feel reverence. Under the most terrifying radiance, a terrifying great confrontation took place. Natural law fragments filled the skies, divine chains of order piercing through all obstructions, attacking here, forming a great storm. In this place, blood splashed outwards, iron armor shattering and flying everywhere. Figures tumbled outwards, everything in chaos. In that instant the most intense collision took place. When the radiance faded, natural laws disappearing, Yitong, Flower, and Xianxia's entire bodies were already dyed in blood, taking many steps back. There were terrifying injuries on their bodies, flowing with dark light. They suffered serious injuries. They operated the secret character, and then decisively removed a portion of their flesh, and only then did their injuries stop from worsening, quickly recover. This left everyone shocked. What kind of people were they? Not long ago, they had previously fought against an overlord, killed a fire spirit, yet now, they were seriously injured. This really was shocking. How was this possible? Everyone already vaguely felt that when Yi Fan's 3 disciples walked together, no one could injure them. They never expected it to be this type of world-shocking and terrifying result. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 7 demonic riders stopped. It wasn't that they didn't pay the price. 3 of them had injuries on their bodies, a few of them actually flowing with black blood. Black-colored blood. They are actually flowing with this type of blood. Someone trembled, feeling a headache, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. He knew where they came from. These were personally summoned by the Lord of the Underworld, legendary experts who revived from the ancient times. The black blood can prove it. On those people's bodies, special ancient symbols appeared one after another, and then they repaired their injured bodies, allowing them to recover. In the blink of an eye, blood no longer flowed out. There were people on the city walls who stared at those ancient symbols, finally recognizing their origins. They cried out in alarm saying, "It's actually them, Heaven Chaotic 7. When this title sounded, Imperial Pass was no longer calm. Many people were shocked, greatly shaken up. Those were figures from the desolate past, extremely powerful, unmatched in the star domain. Back then they had also come here before. They were the most legendary group of figures, making all the heroes of their generation tremble. These 7 all left behind a heavy stroke in history, possessing illustrious reputation, to the extent where it could even be said to be dazzling, overshadowing the achievements of countless people. It was because they had previously experienced the most glorious battles. When ancient Chaos Great Emperor was young, he suffered a miserable defeat under their hands, moreover many times, forced to go crazy, entering despair. Chapter 1628. The ones who had previously defeated ancient Chaos Great Emperor actually reappeared in this world. How could everyone not be shocked? Their names and footprints had previously been left behind in this city. After many tens of thousands of years, they returned again, appearing here, looking down on the world under the sky, leaving everyone stupefied. These were the 7 great experts who made everyone tremble. In that era, they were the most powerful enemies of the young ancient Chaos Great Emperor. It was them who forced him into despair, forcing him to leave desolate border. How could it be like this? The exceptional experts of the desolate era, they actually returned in this type of unmatched state, making everyone feel extremely uneasy. Their names left behind in the books of history, their battle accomplishments shocking the world, their names moving throughout the ages. Now that they appeared, it really didn't seem real. Many people on the city walls were shocked into silence. Heaven Chaotic 7, there was no need to say too much, just this title alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. However, were they still themselves? As time passed, what flowed through their bodies was already black underworld blood, no longer bright red. This was the most powerful type of awakening in the underworld, summoning ancient legendary experts to rule this world. Do they still have their past memories? I think it's impossible. Someone calmed down, saying this. These were ancient experts who had died, brought into the underworld. After experiencing endless years of nurturing their corpses, through the support of the Lord of the Underworld, they had this type of underworld blood, developing a different type of will. Follow me. The one in the lead of the Heaven Chaotic 7 pointed the black greatsword at Yi Fan. His eyes didn't have any whites, instead pitch black like 2 black holes. The 7 mounts stood side by side, rushing over murderously. All types of light patterns swirled, suppressing and attacking together. Yi Tong, Flower and Xianxia angrily took action. Holy body irregular scenes, 6 Tao reincarnations fists, Great Yin and Great Yang erupting at the same time, Buddha light illuminating everything. This was a clash of natural laws, a clash of great Tao. A rain of blood scattered down. The most intense battle erupted between both sides, and then they all backed up. Blood splashed out from the bodies of Yi Fan's 3 great disciples, white bones exposed from their injuries, dark light flowing about. This was the corrosive power of death energy and underworld earth. They cut off their rotten flesh, quickly reconstructing their bodies. Their expressions were all fierce, their vital energy raised to the peak. This was definitely going to be a difficult battle, because these 7 were too strong. The one who forced the past Luan Gu into despair, going mad, is terrifying after all. This was what everyone in Imperial Pass sighed with admiration. Although Yi Tong, Hua, and Xianxia were covered in blood and had suffered serious injuries, they had still managed to kill and injure their enemies. As long as the 3 of them didn't die, it would be enough for them to show disdain for everyone else. Killing the fire spirit and contending against the overlord was indeed not just for show. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the meteor-paved path in front of the city gates. Yi Fan walked forward step by step, a serious expression on his face. He couldn't let his disciple take any risks, and when facing these 7 people, he felt that it was extremely strange. Underworld really is going all out, even summoning ancient chaos great emperor's enemies when he was young, sending them into Imperial Pass, truly shocking. Yi Fan believed that these 7 people definitely did not come for him at first, because at that time, everyone thought that he was dead. Killing him now was naturally a recent decision. Between his fingers, streaks of blood flowed out, forming a red chain. There was red and golden color, the 2 intertwining like divine chains of order. At this moment, not only were those on the city walls shocked, even Yi Tong and the others were shocked. Why was Yi Fan's fingertips dripping with blood? What was he trying to do? Walala! The sound of divine chains truly sounded. Blood flowed out without falling, connecting together, forming a true blood chain. There was a type of strange magical force. Is that Master's magic and Tao? No, it is his body's most fundamental power. The disciples discussed among themselves. Yi Fan walked forward, saying, "From the ancient times until now, you all have always wanted to guide the divine body into the underworld. Going through so much trouble really makes me curious." When he spoke up to hear, the divine chain at his fingertips became even more brilliant. One could clearly see symbols flickering one after another, constructing the divine chain, making it even more realistic. You haven't become quasi-emperor yet you actually analyzed a portion of the blood secrets. Someone from the chaotic Sky 7 said with shock. At this moment, they were greatly affected, all because Yi Fan's blood turned into divine chains of order. The 7 of them all trembled, involuntarily backing up. That is, because your bodies contain the true blood of humans. Suddenly, a damaged spiritual consciousness imprint rushed over, unexpectedly saying this, replying to Yi Fan's previous question. This was the divine will of the leader, clearly bypassing his main consciousness, forcefully transmitted over. Immediately afterwards, he clutched his head, releasing a miserable cry. That damaged imprint grew dim. This was already no longer the chaotic Sky 7. Yi Fan's mind moved, his eyes shooting out an astonishing beam of light. He stared ahead, and the blood chain between his fingers was even more astonishing. Symbols flickered, and there was a kind of most fundamental power flowing. The leader's body trembled. He clutched his head and transmitted his last remnant will, saying quickly and briefly, "The blood in your bodies causes the underworld to fear and rejoice. Obtaining it can awaken the most powerful heroic spirits of the human race, but when used in reverse, it will cause some underworld blood experts to walk towards destruction." After saying this, his eyes became pitch black like ink, and his main consciousness completely suppressed that fragmented imprint. He appeared extremely terrifying, and said in an awe-inspiring manner, "The 7 bodies have already changed owners, yet there are still obsessions that haven't scattered. Truly annoying." The corner of Yi Fan's mouth carried a trace of indifference, but he didn't say anything. He had already obtained enough information, and this was truly an unexpected harvest. As he walked forward, the chaotic Sky 7 displayed abnormal expressions. Facing the blood at his fingertips, they felt an indescribable restlessness. Is this one of the results of Master's enlightenment? They had once heard Yi Fan muttering to himself. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was no reincarnation. Rather, there was a different kind of mutual rotation. His laws, his Tao, were all reincarnated within his body. At this moment, Yi Fan unexpectedly learned some of the underworld secrets, and he became even calmer. He had long understood the runic power contained in the blood, or else he wouldn't have used it in advance. Kill! The chaotic Sky 7 rushed over, each of them covered in great Tao runes. Their black armors were incomparably intimidating, and their killing intent was unparalleled. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Xianxia were about to rush forward, but they were stopped by Yi Fan. 7 divine chains appeared at his fingertips, bright red and golden, intertwining with each other. They contained mysterious ancient runes, and although there were no powerful fluctuations, they still caused people to feel reverence. Walala! The divine chains made of blood actually emitted metallic sounds, and then danced in the air. In an instant, they pierced through the void and directly entered one of the bodies. Ah! Following a miserable scream, one of the chaotic Sky 7 heroes trembled. The black blood in his body was instantly evaporated and ignited, and a blinding light erupted. This was the destruction of the bloodline. As the runes flowed through, the black underworld blood suffered a fatal blow, and it rapidly dimmed and was obliterated. You have awakened the true meaning of the blood? One of the chaotic Sky 7 heroes shouted. Yi Fan didn't just analyze a part of the blood, but instead, he had comprehended a complete set of runes. To them, this was the most fatal and most terrifying. Go! The leader of the chaotic Sky 7 heroes roared. He turned around and left. If this battle continued, there would be no suspense. They were innately countered by nature. Unfortunately, Yi Fan's hands trembled, and 7 divine chains flew out, containing the most terrifying runes, cutting off their path forward. Xianxia, listen up. While attacking, Yi Fan still had the time to transmit his voice to his youngest disciple, teaching him the secrets of the true blood. However, this required comprehension, and the process would be extremely difficult. Xianxia definitely couldn't comprehend it at the moment. His own bloodline had to be unlocked by himself. Ah! Something inauspicious will happen to you. The divine chains weaved about, as if more than 10 colorful phoenixes were dancing in the sky. They spread their wings and pierced through the chaotic Sky 7 heroes. There was an instinctive suppression that could restrict them, making it impossible for them to escape. With the true blood god chains on their bodies, the chaotic Heaven 7 heroes burned with underworld fire. In a short period of time, they were turned to ashes. Yi Fan could vaguely hear the sighs of several obsessions being freed. On the city gate, everyone was shocked. They stared at this scene in disbelief. Those were the chaotic Sky 7 heroes, yet they were killed just like that. It was like a legend. It was too simple. This was inconceivable, and it didn't seem real. The 7 streaks of true blood flowed in reverse, and symbols flickered. At the last moment, Yi Fan caught a strand of a broken demonic chain. That was the imprint left behind by the one who controlled the chaotic Sky 7 heroes. To be more precise, even though the 7 of them had new consciousnesses, they were still controlled by someone else. They were tools of war, unrivaled killing machines. Someone had brought them out from the underworld and guided them. The reason why the 7 of them had stopped him was because they had been instructed to do so. Stopping him like this, not even allowing him to enter through the city gate, could be said to be the most serious type of humiliation if they succeeded. Even Yao Guang and Yin Tianda, who were fated to fight against him, wouldn't do this, because it was too excessive. Someone from the longevity celestial being's bloodline. Yi Fan broke the broken imprint, and his heart trembled. The longevity celestial being had once been the master of the underworld. He had left later, but his bloodline still had a very high status in the underworld. It was an important branch. Today, the one who truly wanted to deal with him was actually the disciple that the longevity celestial being had sealed in this era. He was someone from the age of legends, and he was still very young. He was in the city. At this moment, there was a flame burning within his body. 300 years ago, when the great completion divine physique fell, the last rain of light had flown close to him, and he had sensed that battle. Yi Fan entered the city, and no one stopped him. There were many people in the imperial city. In this era, the experts had gathered like clouds in the sky. It wasn't just a general description, But there were actually so many people. Even though only one person from each realm had come, that was still a shocking number. There were so many planets, so many minor worlds, so many grotto heavens, and so many blessed lands. When all the people from the ancient land of life were gathered together, the number was astonishing. Many ancient worlds hadn't had anyone come for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but in this era, they appeared in the starry sky again. There were supreme experts coming with divine might. Everyone revealed strange expressions as they watched Yi Fan and his disciples enter the city. In the city, there were the most alluring beauties, the most terrifying demon kings, the most talented heroes, the most ruthless and vicious villains, and the most powerful men. This was going to be the most powerful clash between the heavens. Chapter 1629. The imperial city was extremely large. Some people said that it was built by an emperor, while others said that it was built even earlier. It was difficult to verify. It was extremely grand. At the very least, Yi Fan, who was used to seeing grand scenes and had been to many places, was shocked. Grand palaces lined the sides of the road one after another, flickering with all kinds of light. Formations and inscriptions covered the place densely, as if these buildings were alive and could breathe freely. The only disharmonious thing was that there were bloodstains on the walls, just like the outermost city walls. They had been stained with the blood of the heavenly geniuses in the distant past and had never disappeared. So he's the divine physique Yi Fan. He doesn't look like anything special, so how can his body possess such shocking power? There were people standing on both sides of the street and on top of a few tall buildings, watching the four of them. They were all trying to guess at Yi Fan's strength and condition. There were too many races that had come here. There were enormous beasts that were as large as mountains, fairies that could captivate all living things, radiant angels that were glowing, and demons that came from the depths of the universe. "Brother, how did you survive?" a giant asked. He was 10 zhang tall and extremely muscular. His muscles were like yellow dragons, and his voice was extremely loud, like a clap of thunder. Yi Fan laughed and said, "The heavens didn't accept me. It's that simple." Many people wanted to know the truth behind this, but unfortunately, Yi Fan couldn't possibly say it, so they could only guess in secret. It was destined to be a fruitless question. There was a stone bridge in front of them, and a river flowed across it. Mist rose from within, and all kinds of multicolored light danced about. The spiritual essence here was shockingly abundant. This was the imperial city, a place extremely suitable for cultivation. There were countless formations operating here that could transform the energy of the heavens into spiritual essence and pour it into the city for cultivators to use. Residences could be found everywhere in the city. Even if someone had already taken over, it didn't matter. They could directly fight their way in. There was only one principle on this path: survival of the fittest, and respect was given to the strongest. Everyone was paying close attention to where Yi Fan was going to go. Their gazes followed his every step. Now, all of the towering buildings in the city had been occupied. If they charged in, there would definitely be a bloody battle. Would it be Xianxia's residence, or a place where the light-shaking realm cultivators cultivated? Many people were looking forward to it. Fresh blood seeped out from the tips of Yi Fan's fingers once again. This time, there were 10 divine chains of order. They were as bright as the feathers of a phoenix, brilliant and dazzling. At this moment, he closed his eyes. The divine chains on his fingers rose up and pointed in a certain direction. He followed his senses and stepped forward. Everyone was shocked. They discovered that he finally arrived at the most central region. The most terrifying and powerful enemies resided here, and every single one of them had extraordinary backgrounds. The Supreme Divinity, the Mighty Holy Spirit, the 9 Tribulations Taoist, Xianxia, and Yao Guang were all nearby. There was a huge lake at the center that was enshrouded in mist. From time to time, it would spurt out chaotic light. There was a powerful spiritual force that nourished the surrounding palaces. Without a doubt, the buildings surrounding the Lake of Chaos were the most ideal places to cultivate. Walala! At the end of Yi Fan's fingers, 10 chains rose up, crisp and melodious, pointing in a direction, aiming at a magnificent palace, and at this time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, endless killing intent surged from the palace. In that instant, the entire city was horrified. Just how many people were killed to create this type of terrifying scene? Endless resentful spirits howled in grief, countless evil spirits flying about, rushing into the heavens from this grand palace. blood and flames rushed into the heavens. It was as if there was an endless murderous calamity. One could vaguely make out the cries of millions of creatures. Heaven overflowing bloody mist surged, everything scarlet red, simply about to drown out Imperial Pass. Moreover, in the bloody mist, skulls rose and fell one after another, headless corpses of gods and devils floating in the air. These were all void bodies, but they gave off an extremely real feeling. A figure that wasn't all that tall and large walked out, not all that robust, but each step made the grand Imperial Pass and the starry sky tremble. He possessed a type of terrifying demonic force, walking out from the bloody mist. The blood and bones behind him all truly happened. Just what kind of bloody calamity did he experience? Normally, everyone only knew that the people of this region weren't easy to provoke, not knowing everyone's origins. Previously, they didn't know anything about this person at all. He wore black battle clothes, medium built. In the bloody mist, he was just that terrifying and intimidating, as if he was a matchless demon king that brought chaos to the ancient times. He stood there alone, as if he suppressed the entire Emperor city. Everyone was shocked. This type of chaotic aura made everyone feel uncomfortable, triggering bloodline reactions from many experts, making their bodies feel like they were going to split apart. Streak after streak of blood-colored lightning danced about, hacking down on his body. Wind and thunder surged, the heavens were actually furious, wishing to destroy him. This was extremely strange, as if this person shouldn't have appeared in this world at all, as if heaven and earth wouldn't tolerate him. A rain of blood scattered down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The place where he stood became a restricted region. This type of scene made everyone's blood run cold. Long life celestial being's disciple? Yi Fan asked. When this sentence sounded, all of Emperor City was shaken. Someone from the legendary era? This was too shocking. How ancient was this person? Even Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and the others were shocked. They had seen the process of Yi Fan killing the Heavenly Seven Heroes, but they didn't know that he had already used the Chains of Order to capture the fragment of the mastermind behind the scenes. Everyone was shocked. The legendary era was too ancient, so ancient that people couldn't even tell how many tens of thousands of years it had been since then. There was simply no accurate number. It was even more ancient than the primordial emperor, and even more ancient than the venerable emperor. It was an ancient history where gods and devils danced together and chased after immortals together. Were you the one who sent people to stop my master from entering the city? Xianxia was furious. That was a type of humiliation. He didn't even allow them to enter the city, and instead sent people to kill them. This was too much. This person was completely covered in armor, and only his eyes were blood-colored. They were fierce and crazy, filled with brutality. They didn't seem like the eyes of a human, and there was only slaughter and destruction within them. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He walked over with a single step, his figure instantly enlarging. The foot that was raised was several dozen zhang in length. With a hong-long sound, it descended, trampling towards the master and disciples. This was just too ferocious and arrogant. When facing the human race's divine body, Yi Fan and his 3 disciples, he directly trampled them. Just how ruthless and unbridled was this? Xianxia was infuriated. He soared into the air as his body grew larger. He kicked out, colliding with the gigantic foot, causing a terrifying light to erupt. Countless symbols flickered as ripples of the great Tao were released. Golden light and blood light flickered, as if stars exploded one after another. If not for Imperial Pass being known to be unbreakable, this place would have directly turned into cosmic dust. Xianxia backed up, while this person returned to his normal height. With a pung sound, he stomped on the ground, shattering the path. Sand and stones flew everywhere, bloody mist surging crazily. However, the destroyed path was instantly restored. This was precisely the miraculous aspect of Imperial Pass. Blood-colored lightning still curled about him. No matter how one looked at it, he was a demonic evildoer, someone who shouldn't have appeared in this world. He was full of sin and chaos, as well as blood. Heavenly punishment descended continuously. Even though it wasn't that powerful, only hacking down on its own after sensing strands of his aura, this proved one thing, which was that his existence really didn't seem to be tolerated by this world. As long as his aura was exposed, he would suffer heavenly punishment. Yi Fan was confused. How could the disciple of the long-life celestial being be like this? Someone who was originally close to the long-life Tao was even more demonic than a devil, a combination of blood and chaos. My existence is the result of the old fella's long-life experiments, forged from the blood of millions of souls. His voice was extremely cold, as if a corpse was speaking. Many people opened their heavenly eyes. Among them, there was no lack of eyes that could seize the natural luck of heaven and earth, able to see through the fabrications like Yi Fan, directly look at the source. Within this person's body, there was a massive blood source that was wailing in anguish. There were countless creatures within it, and they could vaguely see great planets being destroyed and innumerable lives being taken. Everyone quivered and shivered. This person was too terrifying. No wonder the heavens didn't tolerate him. He was indeed forged from blood and sin, and he wasn't an ordinary life form at all. He created me, so I naturally have to help him destroy all of his enemies. Since he died because of the divine physique, I will wipe out the divine physique lineage. At this point, he revealed his teeth and laughed sinisterly. They were snow-white and flickered with cold light, like the fangs of a wild beast. Whoosh! He left behind an afterimage as he rushed over like a bolt of blood lightning. Behind him were the corpses of gods and devils, as well as white skulls. They bobbed up and down in the ocean-like blood mist, making him seem full of demonic nature. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Xianxia attacked together because they felt that this person was very strange. He was filled with an indescribable aura, and he was extremely dangerous. Rumble! Countless corpses flew out from this person's body. They were all energy bodies, but they were extremely powerful. There was no lack of gods and devils among them, and they contained their laws. Boom! The intense collision caused Yi Fan's 3 disciples to fall back. They all revealed grave expressions. The person in front of them was very strange. Fragments of laws were flying everywhere, and they represented destruction. It was just as Yi Fan had said. He had nothing to do with the longevity technique. He walked a chaotic path of blood sin. Yi Fan called back his 3 disciples. The 3 of them might not necessarily lose, but this kind of battle was not good for them. This person's body carried thousands of layers of curses that could burst forth at any time. He attacked himself. His physical body was as fast as lightning, and divine chains danced around his fingers, revolving around him as he fiercely attacked his opponent. Boom! The 2 of them fought their way into the spacious palace hall and began to fight. Soon, countless blood runes erupted. That was the power of the curse. The longevity celestial being's disciple attacked ruthlessly. The entire place was covered by a bloody mist, and no one could see what was going on. Ghostly howls could be heard coming from within. Only once did people see Yi Fan fly out. Blood-colored and golden divine chains intertwined to form a pair of divine wings. He swooped down with unparalleled divine might. Everyone was petrified. Hadn't he lost his laws and Tao? He could actually borrow the most fundamental power of his physical body to unleash such a technique. Boom! When the final sound rang out, the bloody mist dissipated, and a figure fell from the sky. Yi Fan was stepping on the body of the longevity celestial being's disciple. The ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. The body made of blood and sin was trampled to pieces. The 10 divine chains on Yi Fan's fingertips had all pierced through his body. With a flash of bloody light, the longevity celestial being's disciple turned into a rain of blood. Even his bones were shattered. In the end, he turned into a pile of mud. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone was shaken. Yi Fan had just entered the city, and he had already killed the longevity celestial being's disciple. He had killed a legendary figure, bringing slaughter and blood to announce his arrival. Chapter 1630. Yi Fan came, this domineering. Even though he lost his methods and Tao, he still killed the long-life celestial being's disciple, using this type of domineering method to announce his return. All of Imperial Pass was filled with a strange atmosphere. Yi Fan's return immediately made the atmosphere become many times more tense, a bit stifling. Everyone felt like the most terrifying Emperor Path battle might be about to begin here. In this world, there were many people in Imperial Pass, coming from all parts of the cosmos, all of them with a single goal, achieving the Tao. The oldest was 8,000 years old, but they didn't accept their age, hurrying here to fight for a bright world, to let the final years of their lives flow with the most brilliant brilliance. The youngest was only 100-something years old, yet he was already at the peak of the great sage, truly shocking past and present, making countless people raise their eyebrows. It was because he was already comparable to the god race supreme being with the fastest cultivation speed in history, Domu. Everyone believed that Yi Fan would clash intensely with others one after another. However, even though the atmosphere was extremely tense, no battles broke out. Yi Fan didn't have any conflicts with Divine Court, Underworld, Light-Shaking Realm, Tianda, or Holy Spirit race. No one came to provoke him, even though the atmosphere in the city was becoming more and more suffocating. A silver moon moved across the sky, illuminating Imperial Pass. Mists rose in the city, accompanied by brilliant stellar splendor. Immortal light flew out from the primal chaos lake, winding about the nearby buildings. 300 to 400 years have passed since we last met. Dao brothers' bearing is still the same. Zhang Byron came to pay a visit while carrying a jar of wine. In Imperial Pass, this type of thing rarely happened. Normally, they wouldn't step into another person's cultivation land, because doing so might trigger a battle. It was because those who stepped on this path were all competitors. In the end, only one could stand at the very peak. If they continued down this path, there would be a battle sooner or later. 300 years of life and death, muddle-headed and muddle-headed, what bearing is there to talk about? Yi Fan shook his head, inviting him onto a blue stone Dao platform. The two of them drank a few glasses of wine under the moonlight and casually chatted for a while. Zhang Byron didn't ask how Yi Fan survived, and Yi Fan didn't ask about his real background and background. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Xianxia also joined in. After drinking a few cups of wine, Hua Hua couldn't help but ask, "I say, Jade Emperor, have you descended to the mortal world, or have you reincarnated?" Zhang Byron smiled and said, "Are you talking about me?" He was born with a mortal body and didn't have any special bloodline, but it was hard for others to estimate his depth. He was fair and gentle, without any special domineering or sharp charm. "Sigh, you've forgotten about Chang'e and abandoned Ba Jia. How heartless." Hua Hua poured some wine and sighed. Yi Fan listened to his nonsense and directly slashed his bald head. Zhang Byron smiled. He was very easygoing and did not mind. He said, "Brother Yi, do you think that I will definitely become a martial emperor after reaching the final stage?" Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Being unrivaled doesn't mean that I will become a martial emperor. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? However, I don't plan to continue. I want to go back and take a look." This was a fact. This path had been opened hundreds of times. Since ancient times, many people had reached the end of this path, but no one had succeeded. Zhang Byron was surprised and said, "It will be difficult to come back after leaving this path. What's the point of a half-cripple like me competing with a bunch of heroes?" Yi Fan mocked himself. Zhang Byron smiled and said, "If you say that, won't many people be ashamed? Even in your current state, you still killed the disciple of the longevity celestial being. How many people can do that?" "I want to go back and take a look so that I can recuperate," Yi Fan replied honestly. He had already left for 300 years. He wanted to go back and take a look. His past family and friends all thought that he died, setting up a cenotaph for him. He should let them know that he was still alive. At the same time, with his current state, fighting to the death might not necessarily be useful. It might be better to calm down and comprehend the Tao, comprehend the methods. In reality, 300 years ago, Yi Fan had even fought a bloody battle against ancient supreme beings. Now, a bit more fighting might not necessarily bring about the most fundamental breakthrough. The Emperor Path was created through slaughter. It was extremely cruel, but it might not necessarily be suitable for his current state. "Master, you are going to leave? The crystal wall has already been marked. Once you give up the next time you enter, it really will be extremely difficult, to the extent where you might not even be able to enter Imperial Pass again." Xianxia said. Yi Fan nodded. This was his decision. He also warned them that if they weren't a match for their opponents on this path, they definitely shouldn't try to be brave. They were still young. There were plenty of opportunities. They couldn't throw away their lives for nothing. In reality, when he said these words, Yi Fan's mind was extremely heavy. The Emperor Path was a struggle for supremacy. If they continued like this, it would inevitably be accompanied by death and destruction. You aren't the first to withdraw. It is rumored that before the Crystal Wall summoned someone, they directly erased their own name, not taking half a step into the impregnable pass. Zhang Byron said, but he didn't mention who it was. Sacred Prince Martial Uncle came before. He made a circle around the city, killing more than 10 people he didn't like, and then he also left. Yi Tong said, "That monkey." When he spoke up to hear, Zhang Byron revealed a strange expression. After Sacred Prince came, he directly picked a tough bone to chew, previously stating that he was going to fight the mysterious Zhang Byron. However, at that time, Zhang Byron entered the flying immortal battlefield, or else there would have definitely been a battle. I heard that the heirs of some ancient emperors and supreme beings didn't come. They might be carrying out a different type of life and death decisive battle. Yi Tong said. Sacred Prince clearly gave up on this path, hurrying to another battlefield to keep the appointment. However, he had left behind a message saying that he would come again. The next day, news that Yi Fan was going to withdraw spread out, shaking up Imperial Pass. Many people were a bit stupefied, not understanding what was going on. Is this real or fake? Why would he make this type of choice? I understand. The battle 300 years ago affected him too greatly, definitely leaving him with unimaginable hidden injuries. Sacred Body Yi Fan could only choose to quietly withdraw. The news was shocking. Everyone discussed spiritedly, the consensus being that Yi Fan's body had hidden injuries, that he was forced to make this type of choice out of helplessness. There were some who were pleasantly surprised, some who sighed, and some who released a breath of relief. Their reactions were all different. This was the end of an era. Regardless, Yi Fan had previously been extremely powerful, intimidating an entire generation. Even though he returned alive, his glory might have reached its end. His magical Tao fragments weren't clear. In the battle against long-life celestial being's disciple, he used divine chains of order formed from sacred blood to fight, so it was enough to say that there was something wrong with him. If it was in the past, how could he have allowed blood to flow out from his body, carry out this type of battle? Many people believed this, quite a few people feeling deeply regretful. They originally thought that they saw the rise of a powerful and unmatched sacred body again, never expecting that he still couldn't defy the heavens. Before Yi Fan left, he entered the flying immortal battlefield again. He obtained a few magical artifacts and heavenly treasures from his 3 disciples, and then he crossed the entire battlefield, heading towards the human residence on the first Calamity planet. Ah, Big Brother Yi, you've returned. Outside the battlefield, Bai Yi was still there, unexpectedly waiting here this entire time. Apart from this, the big bearded man and the others were also waiting anxiously. Yi Fan smiled, gifting the big bearded man and the others a few magical artifacts, even more so passing on a few powerful secret methods, immediately leaving them in awe, feeling like he was a celestial being. This is a divine battle skill. No matter how they begged, Yi Fan didn't agree to take them as disciples, only telling them to help take care of Bai Yi in the future. He didn't immediately leave, instead returning to that small mountain village with Bai Yi, uprooting that green lotus from the pond. After all this time had passed, it still didn't grow, still looking the same, just that the chaotic energy became a bit thicker, previously leaving the white-haired old man stupefied for many days. These things can help you cultivate. Yi Fan left behind precious medicines refined from Heaven Village, some of them containing evolutionary liquid, able to help Bai Yi walk on the right path in the future. Then, he left behind another scripture, and then left. Yi Fan returned to Imperial Pass. After thinking for a bit, he decided to take the initiative to visit some old friends. If there really was a need, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to fight. Unfortunately, he didn't come out, those people already heading to the flying immortal battlefield. Imperial Pass main gates opened. Yi Fan walked out, and then he erased his name in front of a giant crystal monument, officially withdrawing from the only true path. Hearing about it was one thing, seeing it was another. There were many people standing on the city wall, all of them personally seeing everything, all of them feeling that it was a pity. How could it be like this? He was allowed to live, why couldn't he be given an unharmed body? Even though they were competitors, some people still couldn't help but think this way. Meanwhile, a few people who only came to make a trip, not wishing to fight to the end to seize the throne even more so sighed endlessly, all of them feeling regret. The era of the holy body, the glory of the holy body, is it really going to end just like this? He could clearly kill the long-life celestial being's disciple. Everyone could only watch as he left the pass. Master, wait for me. Hua Hua rushed out, quickly erasing his name on the crystal monument, saying, I'll accompany you back. His reasoning was extremely simple, that he had no interest in fighting and killing. He was forced here by Yi Tong, originally not wishing to sharpen himself here at all. Master! The other two disciples cried out, also wishing to rush out, follow him back. However, Yi Fan firmly refused. He knew Yi Tong's heart. He wanted to fight all the way to the 9th ultimate imperial pass, and Xianxia was even more so a battle maniac. He had long treated this battlefield as the most important trial of his life. Those who wanted to follow Yi Fan stood on the city wall in silence. Some people wanted to leave with him, but they were all tactfully refused by Yi Fan. He didn't want to affect the path of others because of his retreat. However, that blood crow was extremely decisive, resolutely rushing out, erasing his name on the crystal monument, insisting on following him. Goodbye! Yi Fan waved his hand, and then turned around to leave. On the city gate, many people's moods were complicated. During these past few days, the series of changes happened too quickly. 300 years ago, Yi Fan defied the heavens and returned, appearing alive, shaking the entire emperor city. Now, he suddenly withdrew, truly causing great waves. Seeing Yi Fan's group leave, some people coldly laughed. However, before their smiles completely blossomed, they froze again. It was because at this time, Hua turned around, shouting out, 9 imperial passes, just wait and tremble. The day will come when my master returns. He produced the divine light platform, inviting Yi Fan and the blood crow to get on. Then, it instantly pierced through the cosmos, disappearing from their original location, thus bidding farewell to the 9 heavens emperor paths. Chapter 1631. Yi Fan defied the heavens and returned, but before he could erupt with even more resplendent emperor radiance, he left again. In everyone's eyes, the glory belonging to the divine body had reached its end. His name shook the world 300 years ago. He faced the supreme being of a life-restricted region, dying from blood exhaustion. However, his radiance tore through time and space for 300 years, illuminating an era. He lived again, but it was also the lowest point of his life's great ups and downs. His body had hidden injuries, and now, after 300 years, he faded into obscurity. This signified that an era belonging to the divine body had come to an end. This was what many people thought. Being alive was already heaven-defying, so what else could they do? Fight the heavens for that perfect war body that had hope of becoming an emperor's body? What a pity! This was everyone's final light sigh. Many people felt restraining fear towards him, wishing for nothing more than for him to immediately fall. There were also many people who respected him, wishing for him to reach the peak. This type of result made many people sigh. Regardless, the divine body Yi Fan was born powerful. He had never been defeated when facing experts of the same generation, truly unmatched in the past. His illustrious name shook the cosmos, leaving behind an unerasable mark in this era. There was a period of time that previously belonged only to him. After he left, great winds stirred, blood splashing about on the emperor's path. The battles of the 9 heavens imperial passes officially entered a terrifying state, becoming more and more miserable. The struggle on the path would continue. From this day forth, Yi Fan would fade from everyone's line of sight. The future path would belong to those most capable and powerful heavenly geniuses. Perhaps a new great emperor would be born among them. On the human race's ancient path, Yi Fan returned again. On the way to the star domain where the celestial court was located, he had to pass through this place. This time, he didn't come from the first trial, but rather from the last trial. After so many years had passed, he wanted to take a look at the path he had previously walked. This path still hadn't closed. There were still human race geniuses who came here to gain experience, break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, undergo an important transformation in their lives. While looking at those faces that still had ideals, still tender faces, Yi Fan was greatly moved. He had previously also been one of them, continuously striving for his goal. Only now, he was already a bit tired. Looking at them, he felt like he was looking at himself in the past. In that instant, he also laughed, sighed, and also acted frivolously. In the end, he laughed loudly and then stopped. Yesterday was still the same, but looking back, hundreds of years had passed. Someone cast a sidelong glance at the 3 of them, revealing a strange expression. Hey, look at that Baldy. He seems to be the most notorious playboy in the past 300 years. Who is that person? Why does he look so familiar? He looks like the statue of the holy physique Yi Fan. No, it's too similar. Gosh! What's going on? That person. He looks exactly like the sacred body of the human clan. What the hell? And he's accompanied by the flowery devil Buddha. Could he be a god? Yi Fan fell and was buried 300 years ago. Every race in the universe knew of this, and some places erected his divine statue. Now, only True Path Imperial Pass people knew that he returned alive. Even though news would definitely spread, the people here didn't know yet. In the various regions of the cosmos, everyone still didn't receive news, because it was extremely difficult for Imperial Pass to send news out, so it would still take a long time. Yi Fan didn't stop for a long time, only stopping for a bit along the way. He didn't give others any time to confirm or verify his identity, so it only stirred up a small commotion. In the human race's 50th city, he stopped for a bit longer. However, in this place where the sacred body and overlord body fought for supremacy, he didn't see the full bearded escort Zhao Gongyi. This place had changed owners. He had long left for many years. As he moved along this path, apart from those young and tender faces, those youngsters who were full of hope and fighting for their dreams, Yi Fan also saw quite a few familiar faces. These were people from the same generation as him, people who had previously rushed through the ancient path together, fighting bloody battles one after another. Now, they became the guards of the various regions' holy cities on the human race's ancient path, putting down their dreams. It was just like how Yi Fan saw those old soldiers when he rushed through the human race's ancient path back then. Now, there were people from their generation who also chose this path, standing in front of the city gates, silently watching those who came later. Yi Fan didn't disturb anyone. Under Flower and Blood Crow's company, he quietly passed by. Great waves stirred within him. These were past heroes, some of them, their hearts already aged. They would occasionally look into the distance, towards the furthest pass. Did their dreams still exist? Most of the time, they would only remain silent, patrolling, guarding the city gates. This was their duty, perhaps still feeling unwillingness. Otherwise, why didn't they leave, staying here? Enduring the torment of loneliness, just what kind of feeling was this? In the human race's second city, Yi Fan stepped out of the city gates. He didn't say anything, only turning around, giving a deep look. There was an old soldier there, his body already stooped, eyes already turbid, currently looking at his rear figure. Yi Fan nodded, but he didn't say anything. After that, he left the human race's ancient path. That person was Guan Cheng. He didn't die, always staying here. Occasionally, he would let out a soft sigh in the cold night wind, gazing into the distance at the path that was impossible to reach. In the darkness chaos, he lost most of his life essence, surviving with great difficulty. Now, all that was left for him were memories. Real life wasn't colorful, but he could live in a dream. There he could look forward to it, there was beauty, there was hope, there was a future. You're still alive, but why are there no fluctuations of laws? Even you can't take that step? This life. His back was no longer straight, no longer as majestic as before. His hair was grizzled, and his voice was old and powerless. However, his turbid and dim eyes could still see the terrible state of Yi Fan's body. In the heavenly village, in the gods' pure land, there were fallen petals everywhere. Every day, there would be snow-white and sparkling petals falling here. This was because there were many snow orchid trees planted here, narrating the sorrow of life and death. On this day, a huge tomb suddenly exploded. Rubble flew into the sky, smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and the chaotic air filled the air. A huge cauldron flew out, and thousands of yellow and mysterious lights fell. What's going on? What happened? In the celestial court, in the palaces one after another, many powerful existences opened their eyes at the same time. The light beams were terrifying, and they looked in the same direction. There's a problem in the cemetery. It's actually it. The myriad chi cauldron broke the tomb. After being buried underground for 300 years, it didn't move at all, as if it had died together with Yi Fan. But now, the fluctuations it emitted were so intense. The god inside was forcefully resurrected, causing the entire headquarters of the celestial court to tremble. Rocks tumbled down from many mountain peaks. Some floating islands in the sky, as well as many buildings and palaces, all lit up. Formation patterns and runes lit up, resonating with the resurrection of the cauldron. This was the path of the great Tao. Under a majestic mountain, There was an ancient tree that reached into the sky. It swayed with thousands of green lights, sprinkling down all kinds of auspicious colors. Under the tree, orchids emitted rosy clouds, and phoenix grasses were fragrant and colorful. On a huge blue stone platform, a big black dog was lying lazily and listlessly. At this time, its ears suddenly pricked up, and its large eyes were wide open, revealing a shocked expression. It couldn't believe its own senses. Woof! A dog's bark shook the celestial court and resounded throughout the vast land. Then, it directly jumped up, and the black hair on its satin-like body stood up. Brats, the great enemy is here. Prepare for battle. What? The great enemy is invading? No, I clearly sensed a familiar aura. The two silver blood emperors rushed to the foot of the ancient tree, and their reactions were the fastest. Get ready to face the great enemy. The Black Emperor shouted. Kill. The celestial court was in an uproar. Countless celestial soldiers and generals rushed out from countless mountain peaks, floating islands, and giant palaces. The war drums were beating as they charged out. On a divine island, the jade cup in little K.'s hand fell to the ground. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling, and tears rolled down her cheeks soundlessly. Then, she rushed out of the jade palace and flew out of the celestial court. The divine sun. The divine sun has returned. In another location, the old assassin Qi Luo's face was full of disbelief. He opened his mouth, and a radiant light burst out from one of his eyes. The other eye was incomparably empty, and the sun, moon, and stars were fading away inside. He's back. He's back. His voice was trembling as he stood up. Even his fingers were trembling. It's him. It's him. My good brother has returned. On another peak, Li Heishui leaped up from the Dao platform and let out a long howl toward the sky. He was filled with great sorrow and joy, and his whole body was trembling. In front of a waterfall, a bare-chested savage was sitting below. His bronze-colored skin flickered with a metallic luster, and his sturdy muscles were like wild dragons coiling around him. Dong Fengyi let out a loud roar that shattered the vast sky. He cried twice, and then laughed loudly. He strode out of the waterfall pool, and every step he took caused the heaven and earth to shake. Even the mountains and rivers were trembling. Ah! With a cry of grief and a howl of grief, the sacred prince shattered a stone mountain. He was actually also in the celestial court. He pierced through the clouds and golden light erupted from his body as he said, "My good brother, GZ has left, and you have finally returned alive to meet me." With a somersault, the monkey charged over at an extremely fast speed. In another palace hall, a purple-clothed girl originally had a very strong cultivation, but at this moment, she was staggering. She ran out barefooted. Her face was covered with tears, sparkling and translucent tears continuously dripping down her cheeks. She ran barefoot, muttering to herself, not daring to believe all of this. There was hope, joy, and even more fear. She was afraid that this was just a dream. Yi Fan. Is it really you? Ji Ziyue could no longer hold it in and cried out loud. There were too many people, too much movement. The celestial court shook, and countless people moved together. Yi Fan stood in front of the celestial court. The first thing he felt was none other than the Black Emperor's unconventional welcome. It led an endless army and charged over. Unparalleled Black Emperor, do you want us to kill that great enemy in front of us? But Flowery Lord seems to be by his side? A heavenly general was puzzled. That's right, it's to face that great enemy in front of us. At the same time, beat up that baldy as well. The Black Emperor ordered. However, someone among the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals quickly let out a doubtful voice and said in shock, "Your Majesty, that person. It seems to be exactly the same as the stone statue we've seen before. Who is he?" Holy H*T. You bastards are rebelling. You even dare to hit me? Just as Hua Hua opened his mouth to speak, a magical equipment fell down. Yi Fan smiled. He wasn't angry, but his eyes were a little moist. It was still the Black Emperor from back then, and it was still the same group of people from back then. They had all come. Yi Fan. Men, women, old and young, a large group of people rushed over. Some were crying, some were laughing, and a group of people pounced forward. Chapter 1632. There were men and women, young and old. Some were crying and some were laughing. There were also many celestial soldiers and generals. The war drums rumbled as they pounced forward. Huahua's bald head was almost smashed by some of the magical treasures. Damn, you guys are really fighting. Ba, damn my head. Huahua glared angrily. Wang! Another pile of magical treasures fell like trash. There was a lot of them, but they didn't seem to be worth much. One of them struck his head with a clang. It was as if iron had been struck and carried a sonorous vibrating sound. Huahua immediately staggered and felt dizzy. He was flustered and exasperated. He didn't know if it was the Black Emperor or the Silver Blood Emperors. They wouldn't be able to escape. Yifan. It's really you. My good brother, you're still alive. Li Heishui shouted and was the first to pounce over. That was because the mountain he was cultivating in was right next to this place. As for the fastest one, it was the sacred prince who somersaulted down from the sky. He let out a long roar and grabbed Yifan's shoulder. Amidst great sorrow and joy, he looked at Yifan and thought of GZ. One of the 3 imperial princes who fought shoulder to shoulder was finally gone. Tears welled up in his eyes. I knew that you would definitely survive and come back to meet us. Dongfang Ye's upper body was naked as he roared. He strode over like a giant, causing the earth to tremble. He forcefully hammered Yifan. It had been 300 years since they parted. Although they were laughing now, there were tears in these people's eyes. It wasn't easy to meet them again alive. It's good that you came back alive. It's good that you came back alive. The old assassin Qi Luo repeated with a trembling voice. Hot tears flowed down from Yifan's eyes. So many people were worried, sad, and happy for him. Even their words were trembling. They were afraid that it was just a dream. How could he not be moved? Suddenly, he felt a pain in his right shoulder. He turned around and saw the Black Emperor baring his white teeth at him. He used a special method to greet him. However, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he was taking advantage of the situation to steal the divine blood. Why are your muscles so tense? Why isn't there even a drop of blood? Sure enough, this big dog with a vile personality spoke the truth. Then, its eyes burned with passion, moving closer with a fervent expression, saying, After disappearing for so many years, did you fall into an immortal's cave? The Emperor of Fighting said it well. With the treasure in hand, the world is mine. When brothers meet, we'll split it in half, no discounts. When Monkey heard that, black lines appeared on his forehead. When had his father ever said something like that? The Black Emperor's skin had reached a certain level. He calmly squeezed forward, and with a pull of Big Black's claws, he almost pressed the bald Huahua who was in the way under his feet. F***CK. $@yen %. Huahua moved the big black paw away from her bald head, cursing and swearing in her heart. However, she could only pray to Buddha, because she really couldn't afford to offend this dog martial uncle. Divine Son, I knew that you would definitely survive. The heavens have eyes, little K, said softly with a smile and tears in her eyes. Everyone from the heavenly village had arrived. They were all old friends. And the many celestial soldiers and generals recruited in the past 300 years were already dumbfounded. Who was this person? Wasn't this a dream? Didn't the master of the celestial court, Yifan, die in battle a long time ago? Everyone knew that. It's really him, the one from our celestial court who died in battle in the past? Everyone was in an uproar. The celestial soldiers and generals felt that it was unbelievable. There was nothing more shocking than this, but the person in front of them was exactly the same as that stone statue. Yifan. Ji Ziyue's face was covered in tears. She staggered over barefooted and rushed over. Tears blurred her eyes. She still remembered that day when Yifan forced a smile and bid farewell to her. Then, he resolutely rushed towards the starry sky. He left so resolutely. He went even though he knew that he would die. His back was very straight, and he didn't turn back, but she saw a lot of reluctance. Presumably back then, he definitely knew that when he turned back, he might not be able to resist staying behind. That was why he was so decisive and ruthless. There was no turning back. If that was really the case, he walked on a lonely and doomed path of death. In the end, he would release himself in the universe. His body would be crushed and his blood would splatter on the supreme battlefield. One separation was 300 years. One separation was forever. He used his life as a wager to make her mourn the night and shed tears while looking at the waning moon. Every night with stars was when she looked into the distance. She thought that Yi Fan was on the other side of the starry sky, silently watching her and struggling to return from the darkness. He would meet her in the end. One dream for 300 years. Now that they really met, she was afraid that it was just an illusion. Just like those nights, she woke up in shock from her dream. There were only tear stains beside her pillow, still lonely. It's not a dream, it's not a dream, it's real. This time it must be real. She trembled and muttered. Her pale face and bloodless fingers touched Yi Fan's face. It's me. I'm back. Yi Fan grabbed that cold and delicate hand. Ji Ziyue caressed Yi Fan's face. After confirming that it wasn't a dream, she finally burst into tears. It made people's hearts ache. Everyone welcomed Yi Fan into the celestial court. This heaven region was very vast now. Continents that had existed since ancient times floated in the universe. Great stars flickered one after another. The village of heaven was no longer related to the village. Now, there were floating islands one after another. The flowers were fragrant and birds were chirping. There were waterfalls and flowing springs. Streaks of silver radiance hung down from the divine islands, landing on the great earth below. The scenery here was very beautiful, but it didn't lose its solemnity. There were many heavenly palaces and huge watchtowers, all of them towering and majestic. Boom! A large cauldron descended. All things were born. The primal chaos began to move. Black and yellow descended, enveloping the top of Yi Fan's head. It made him look indescribably elegant. The myriad qi cauldron appeared. It was wailing and trembling. It floated up and down above Yi Fan's head, expressing the joy, anger, and sorrow of parting for 300 years. Yi Fan was astonished. Everyone also revealed astonished expressions. There was a sparkling and translucent liquid flowing in the mouth of the cauldron. Each stream was as heavy as the Milky Way. This is the boundless power of faith. Many people were astonished. Even they hadn't noticed it in the past. Only the Black Emperor, Qi Luo, and a few others had seen it before. In the middle of the night, the great tomb was translucent like a diamond. It drew in strands of light from the starry sky. In an instant, everyone understood what was going on. After the bloody battle back then, many people in the starry sky were reciting the good deeds of the heroes who died in battle. Naturally, it would produce boundless power of faith. And in the past, when Yi Fan handled the power of faith, he would directly pour it into the cauldron. As long as there was a feeling, it would definitely be absorbed inside. Over the past 300 years it was endless. The power of faith produced by all those who were reciting his name would cross the starry sky and be buried inside the cauldron. This was a cauldron full of faith power. It was like a vast ocean surging, sparkling and translucent like a diamond. Moreover, it didn't stop. Every day, there would still be formless faith power surging over. It would gather more and more. This is half a step ahead. The Black Emperor exclaimed. Every supreme being who achieved the Tao would be famous throughout the universe. They would be revered and sung by all races. They would definitely collect boundless faith power and add it to their artifacts. It would allow them to transcend the heavens and the gods. Moreover, the faith power could be absorbed into one's own body, which would also have endless wonderful uses. As for how the great emperors handled the power of faith, it was different from one another. It was hard to say. Yi Fan didn't achieve the Tao, but he had quite a bit of faith power. It could be said that he had taken half a step ahead. Although he wasn't willing to borrow this kind of power, it was better than nothing. Yi Fan came back alive. The news seemed to have grown wings, flying into the distance, shaking up the starry sky. All sides were shocked. Meanwhile, in front of the only true path, Imperial Pass also finally released news, just happening to confirm this rumor. The experts of all regions were all stupefied. He's alive, he appeared. Yi Fan's name was being spread everywhere. Now, he reappeared in this world alive, leaving everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. This was a miracle. In the battle against a supreme being, his body exploded and he died, sparkling white bone fragments sticky with wisps of blood shooting in all directions. After the battle, people had previously obtained this type of true imprint fragment from the great cosmos. This was definitely not fake. How did he come back to life? An uproar broke out everywhere, everyone discussing this. They could only conclude that Yi Fan really was heaven-defying. The moonlight was like water, stellar radiance brilliant. Yi Fan and Ji Zus strolled through the celestial court. Above the clouds, bejeweled buildings and jade palaces towered, looking exceptionally faintly discernible and lively. The banquet is about to begin. Hua Hua's hoarse voice sounded from the distance, startling countless birds. He used the dragon roar tiger roar art, shaking up every part of the celestial court. The great Xia prince and his sister came, Jianghu arrived, Wu Zhongtian, Zhang Huairan, and the surviving members of the 13 great bandits arrived. Little Tingting flew over anxiously, the human devil Dongfang Tai's old man appeared, Jade Lake's holy lady hurried over. There were too many people, too many to count. In just a few days, news spread everywhere. Many old friends crossed the starry sky to come. The 12 saints who had previously followed Yi Fan, the ones who survived were currently the ancestors of a region. They were practically all alone in a region of the starry sky, opening up new territories. They were the most powerful group of figures in the celestial court. Longma released a roar, immediately calling everyone to gather again. They stepped through the starry sky together. These individuals all had illustrious reputations. For example, Longma was directly bestowed the title of king in a certain region. He had previously defeated countless powerful enemies together with the Black Emperor, even more so dug up endless great graves with Duan Da. His reputation was somewhat hateful. Another powerful figure was the Rock King, also bestowed the title of a divine king in a region of the celestial court. His battle prowess was astonishing. Back then, when Yi Fan comprehended Tao under the Bodhi tree, this rock landed on Yi Fan's shoulder. Because of this, he also comprehended his own Rock King fist. Now, he had broken through the starry sky and was unrivaled. Come, come, come. Taste this wild dragon that I hunted. It's delicious and juicy. It's truly the best delicacy in the world. Dongfang Ye's upper body was naked. He used Dao fire to roast a 3-kilometer-long flood dragon. He sprinkled the life spring divine liquid of the numinous treasure celestial being all over it. At this moment, the dragon was roasted until it was golden and shiny. The fragrance assailed everyone's nostrils. What a pity, there's too little. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, the human devil old man muttered. Everyone was petrified. Many people gathered here, but it was still a little less than 300 years ago. In that turmoil, too many people died an unnatural death. The 13 great bandits were almost wiped out. Only 2 or 3 of them were left. As for the geniuses of that era, there were far too few of them. Many of them would never appear again, and even some of the holy lands were forever erased from existence. Come, taste my dragon chimera soup. It's definitely the best tonic in the world. Longma shouted. The dragon chimera was shaped like a real dragon. It was only a foot long and contained the essence of heaven and earth. It was a great tonic. When refined with some divine herbs, it could prolong one's life for hundreds of years. It was definitely the rarest thing in the world. The Jade Lake Saintess was stunned. Not long ago, a thief in the new location of the Jade Lake failed to steal the flat peach and conveniently stole a dragon chimera. Now the culprit had finally surfaced. Ayo, I didn't steal this. It's something I got from Duan Da. I'm innocent. I only obtained it after paying the Longma clan's method and half of Fiend Emperor Great One's ancient scripture. Longma explained. The Black Emperor who had previously colluded with Duan Da and committed many great crimes felt a bit guilty. He changed the topic, staring at the blood crow that returned from Imperial Pass with Yi Fan and said, I say, this duck isn't bad. Its feathers are so red like burning charcoal. It's definitely a blood-nourishing divine good. The blood crow was furious. This crow wasn't that duck. Moreover, as the great sage, how could he be said to be food? Crows and dogs almost jumped up and down on the spot. Nan Nan is hungry, where is Big Brother? Right at this time, a little girl around 3 years old walked over while rubbing her large eyes in a daze. She was as exquisite as a porcelain doll. It was precisely the little Nan Nan. Everyone was petrified, especially the Black Emperor. After a loud shout, he quickly rushed over. Chapter 1633. Little darling has revived. Many people cried out together. They were incomparably excited. The little girl had slept in the celestial court for many years. She had never breathed or had a heartbeat. Her body was ice cold, scaring everyone badly. Everyone was incomparably worried. If they hadn't confirmed that there were still life fluctuations in the depths of her body, they would have truly thought that she had died. Back then, many people were anxious and terrified. They thought of countless methods, but none of them worked. Today she had actually revived. She walked out of the most majestic celestial palace and arrived here. Everyone was naturally stupefied, and then they were extremely pleasantly surprised. "Little darling, where is this?" The little girl hugged the cloth doll with one hand and rubbed her large eyes with the other. She looked around in a daze. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She lowered her head and sobbed softly. "Big brother isn't here anymore, woo-woo." The little girl had completely woken up. Her face was covered in tears, and she became more and more upset. Then, she began to cry loudly. "Don't cry." Everyone was filled with pity and love. They practically shouted at the same time. In the celestial court, she was the little princess not only in name but also in reality. Everyone loved her dearly, and they couldn't bear to see her cry. "Big brother's aura." The little girl raised her head in shock and widened her eyes. She recovered from her dazed state and immediately sensed something. He didn't die. The scourge has returned after 10,000 years. The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan walked over with large steps. He clearly remembered that 300 years ago, it was the little girl's tears that fell into his bloody mud and shattered bones that gave him hope of life. However, those tears were very different. They were mixed with a blood-like substance and 7-colored immortal light. That was a type of most primordial object. It was exuberant with life energy that gave him the possibility of resurrection. "Big brother." The little girl threw away the cloth doll and quickly ran over. Yi Fan dotingly picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. Everyone was overjoyed and filled with joy. Yi Fan had returned, and the little girl had also revived. This was truly great news, and it made everyone reveal sincere smiles. "Me too. This great one has also come out of seclusion. Back then the little girl was lost, and I was the one who found her." The divine child cried out, reporting his own merits. He was still the same as before, sealed within a large piece of sparkling and resplendent immortal source. He ran over while jolting his buttocks. It was precisely the little fatty from back then. He hadn't been unsealed, just like in the past, his entire body smooth and glossy, fair and chubby. The Black Emperor sighed. Back then it was all thanks to this fatty. Otherwise, Darling would have been lost and might not have been able to find her. 300 years ago, Yi Fan died in battle and was buried in the boundless universe. GZ, Jiang Taishu, Gai Joyo, and the others never appeared again. As for little Nan Nan, the other special character who had directly torn through the universe and rushed to the scene of the battle, her whereabouts were also unknown. No one knew where she had gone until the end of the final battle between great emperors. Until one day, when the Big Dipper was reconstructed by someone. The ancient continents that had been split up merged into one, becoming a complete star. Moreover, someone used a great power to move the sun, moon, and stars there. That place was full of vitality. Only then did she have her aura. Back then, the Black Emperor was originally in despair. He couldn't find Yi Fan's corpse, nor could he find little Nan Nan's home. He could only return to the Big Dipper and go into seclusion in his loneliness. Unexpectedly, the divine child that he had brought over caught the little girl's aura in the eastern wastelands. In the end, he found little Nan Nan who was wandering in the mortal world. When the Black Emperor found her, the little girl only said one sentence sadly, "Big brother is no longer here." Then, she collapsed and lost all signs of life. She only woke up today. Little Nan Nan ran over and waved her hand vigorously. Her face was filled with surprise and excitement. "Sister Xiao," little Nan Nan responded subconsciously. "Ah, little Nan Nan, you still haven't forgotten me. I thought you didn't remember anything again." It was the girl who had taken care of little Nan Nan in the bitter north of the Ziwei Star region. 300 years ago, she was sent to the Moon Palace by Xianxia and Li Tian. After so many years, her name had already spread throughout the Ziwei Star region. She became a genius with peerless strength. Ha ha! Loud laughter came from afar. Two figures flew over from the horizon and hurried to the celestial court. They were Yan Ishi and Li Tian. Now, they had become the strongest of the Ziwei Star region. No one could contend against them. "I knew you would appear alive." Yan Ishi came up and gave Yi Fan a punch. There were tears of joy in his eyes. Then, the two brothers picked up little Nan Nan and looked at her. They sighed and said, "Longevity is only a... Who in the world can compare to you?" "Me." The divine child was unwilling to fall behind and shouted unhappily in the celestial source. "You silly child. Do you dare to come out and fight against the corrosion of time?" Li Tian picked him up and spanked his bottom through the celestial source. The little fatty was so angry that he cried out loudly. "Speaking of which, this silly child is really mysterious. Can you tell where he came from, Elder Dongfeng?" Li Heishui asked. The demonic human Dongfeng Tai looked at him again and again. He shook his head and said, "I haven't eaten before, so I don't know." As he spoke, he moved closer and sniffed, wanting to grab the little fatty. After so many years, the demonic human elder seemed to be glowing with youth. His bronze-colored muscles were bulging, and his hair was much thicker and black. He looked very valiant. The little fatty's hair stood on end and he took a few steps back. Who was this master? Did he recognize people by their food? He looked at the demonic human elder warily and screamed, "Don't come over." Everyone laughed heartily and sat in front of the bonfire on the open-air ground. A banquet full of laughter and cheerful chatter began. "Duanda. Elder Duan, where are you going?" In the distance, a sneaky figure had just arrived. However, after seeing the Jade Lake Saintess, he immediately slipped away and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, he was seen by someone and called out to him. "Boundless Heavenly Lord, I have calculated with my fingers that auspicious colors are gushing out from the east. This is a great auspicious sign. A matchless tomb will definitely appear. I wish to go and battle it." Duanda said in all seriousness. Everyone was stunned. Why did the appearance of a great tomb have something to do with Ji Rue? Going and fight it? To put it bluntly, wasn't it just robbing graves? Why did he make it sound so majestic and awe-inspiring? "Duanda, did you steal someone else's dragon chimera? I won't allow you to harm the sisters of the Jade Lake," Li Tian said. "Nonsense. Everyone has their own specialties. Am I, Duanda, that kind of person? Would I do such a thing? Do you believe me or the Black Emperor? I'm a man of character." The wicked Taoist glanced at the large black dog. "Woof, what do you mean? Don't mislead the people of the Celestial Court. The eyes of the people are clear." The Black Emperor was both guilty and angry. "The two of you are about the same." This was the unanimous evaluation of everyone. Duanda ignored the Black Emperor and sneakily moved closer to Yi Fan. He said in a low voice, "The battle back then is not over. When the time comes, let's go to the Undying Mountain, the Sea of Reincarnation, and the Immortal Mausoleum to kill them. We have to take revenge. We have to fight the most glorious battle." Yi Fan was surprised. When did this damned fatty become so unyielding? He said, "Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Duanda waved his fat hand and said passionately, "This life is destined to go to the life-forbidden area for a glorious battle. Who dares to follow me and fight alongside me?" Everyone was shocked and looked over. They were infected by him. Fighting a bloody battle in the life-forbidden area, and flattening those forbidden areas that had existed since ancient times. What kind of magnificent feat would that be? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. "Good job, Uncle Duan. When the time comes, we will definitely follow you. Yes, kill them. We must go and flatten them. I hope that one of us can achieve enlightenment. We will fight alongside him and kill our way into the life-forbidden area." Many people echoed loudly. Duanda was very satisfied. He made a concluding speech and said, "Not bad, your understanding and support make me very gratified. There will definitely be a glorious battle in the future. Let us dig up their ancestral graves together." Everyone shut their mouths and stopped talking. F***CK. Everyone cursed in their hearts. This was the most glorious battle? Digging up graves was considered. I will definitely dig up their graves. No one can stop me. This penniless priest will advance courageously and play the strongest battle song. I will go to the forbidden area and carry out the ultimate battle. I will surpass myself. Before Duanda could finish speaking, eggplants, rotten cucumbers, rotten eggs, and so on flew up and smashed into his fat face. In fact, although Duanda and the Black Emperor were unreliable, They were truly resourceful and knew many secrets that ordinary people would find difficult to obtain. The void mirror might have fallen into a certain life-forbidden area, and the same goes for the shattered eternal universe furnace. In other words, the corpses of GZ and divine King Jiang might be buried in these places. This was the secret that Duanda had revealed. The Black Emperor's expression was solemn as he nodded and said, "It might be true. Someone saw a broken Emperor weapon fall into the Big Dipper, but they couldn't find it anywhere. I'm afraid it could only fall into those life-forbidden areas." The blood in Yi Fan's body rumbled and boiled. He clenched his fists tightly, and an astonishing light appeared in his dim eyes. He said, "I will get better. Sooner or later, I will fight my way into the life-forbidden area." "There's still me," the sacred prince said, his golden eyes shooting out divine lightning. Time passed quickly, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. All sorts of shocking news came from the only true path. One genius overlord after another fell, and one rose up after another. That was a blood-stained emperor's road. The central emperor shakes the world, releasing the most resplendent light in this era. He killed 20 experts of the various races in a single night, and actually has the momentum of catching up. In the past, he was only famous in the Big Dipper. After so many years, he wasn't very famous in the depths of the starry sky. He had just entered the only true path recently, but he had already fought to the point where the various races trembled. The central emperor erupted with power. Gai Joyo, who was from the same era as him, shone with the most resplendent light in this era, engraved in history. This type of death in battle finally ignited the power slumbering within the central emperor's bones and blood. On the only true path, the first few imperial passes were bleeding, the battles reaching a climax. Only geniuses who survived could be called geniuses. There were just too many heaven-warping geniuses who were killed, making one tremble in fear. This was a golden age, as well as a bitter era. There were many heroes who could be considered heaven-warping talents, but in the end, they all became dim in front of even more powerful individuals. Blood was shed on the battlefield. The undying heavenly empress is still alive. Someone saw the legendary phoenix nest dyed red by immortal blood. That day, another shocking piece of news spread. There was a great sage who was traveling through the cosmos, seeing an enormous ancient phoenix nest. It was built from phoenix divine wood, shaped like a bird's nest, but it released heaven-overflowing might. It was faintly discernible, powerful life fluctuations seeping out. It was rumored that this was a divine nest the undying heavenly empress built for his wife, soaked in immortal blood. It was only recorded in history books, no one seeing it in the past. No one expected it to appear in this era. There was a great sage who went to investigate, but he only had time to release a cry of alarm, and then there was no more activity. His 2 disciples shivered inwardly, fleeing in panic, spreading the news. Unyielding in battle. The celestial court's people were fighting outside, fighting more than 100 battles of varying scales against the divine court's people in the last 10 years. As long as it didn't involve that individual who was about to achieve the Tao, the celestial court didn't fear them. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Divine Court achieved the Tao more than 300 years ago. 300 years later, it was still like this, still unable to take that step. 300 years ago, the ancient supreme being massacred the 8 wastelands. Gai Joyo, Zhang Taishu, GZ, Yi Fan, and other heroes from various clans all stood out, yet he was nowhere to be seen. 300 years had passed, and it was unknown whether it was because of that battle that his Tao heart was shaken, or because of some other reason, but his cultivation had never improved. It was also because of the pressure from various clans that the Lord of the Divine Court didn't appear and didn't personally deal with the Celestial Court. Especially when Yi Fan returned alive, it made it even more difficult for him to act. If he really dared to fight and kill Yi Fan, he might bear an eternal infamy. It was also because of this that even though the Divine Court suppressed the Celestial Court openly or secretly, they couldn't suppress them and couldn't stop their speed of expansion. In the last 10 years, Longma, the Great Peng King, and the others who were bestowed the title of king each led troops from a region and fought ceaselessly against the Divine Court. Their fame shook the star regions. Chapter 1634. 10 years in one's life, especially for mortals, could make heroes grow white hair and beauties grow wrinkles. The Celestial Court keeps invading our territory. What is the meaning of this? Hurry up and leave. A man in golden feather garb had an indescribable majesty. In the cold space, vast armies were confronting each other. Both sides had a large number of people, like mountains and seas. They stood on the two sides of the chaotic river. Iron armors flashed, and sword lights were dazzling. "Who are you?" A muscular man holding a pair of halberds shouted. He was 6 meters tall with bulging muscles. His arms were several times thicker than ordinary people's thighs. He had blue hair and eyes as big as bronze bells. He looked very ferocious. "I'm the Rock King of the Celestial Court." The man in golden feather garb had a strong body. His eyebrows were like two swords. He had an indescribable heroic spirit, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. Hearing this, people from the Celestial Court couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Rock King's name had shaken the universe for many years. To the Celestial Court, he was a nightmare. The great Rock King fist that he created was extremely powerful and could easily shatter the galaxy. Even the sun, moon, and stars would tremble along with his fist. It was extremely powerful. This was an existence that had long been conferred the title of king in a region. He had killed many people from the divine court, and many great saints were no match for him. He had never lost a single battle. Great Rock King, a conferred king. Good, let me see how strong you are. Don't live up to your reputation. The green-haired muscular man sneered and charged forward with the two halberds in his hands. He came from an ancient region ruled by the Celestial Court. It was his first time coming to this battlefield. Of course, he wasn't convinced. He was full of enmity toward the kings of the Celestial Court. He wanted to defeat them one by one. "Those who said that to me are all dead." The Rock King clasped his hands behind his back, looking ruthless. His body was covered in a golden halo, and his eyes were even more frightening. "Just a rock, and you dare to be titled a king of a region? Give me your life." The muscular man roared. Immediately, wisps of white smoke came out of his mouth and nostrils. It was primal chaos energy. His body radiated a brilliant light, and his fighting power rocketed. Chi! The two halberds tore through the sky, the cold halberd blades cutting open the universe. He was like a god of war as he closed in. Dao techniques surged around his body, and patterns spread out like water ripples. Many of the nearby meteors all exploded. As for the armies on both sides, they had long withdrawn out of fear of being caught up in the shockwaves. The robust man was too powerful, possessing extreme brute force. When he brandished his weapon, everything would shatter, turning into powder. The great Rock King's attack was very simple. He moved sideways and didn't retreat. His palms brushed against the halberd's blades, and it was like a huge hammer striking them. The halberds buzzed from the impact, as if they were about to shatter. The black-haired man's heart trembled. A seemingly casual strike had caused his arm to go numb. The person known as the Divine King of the First Division of the Celestial Court was indeed terrifying. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As the two of them fought, the 6-meter-tall giant emitted black smoke, like the netherworld flames of hell. He grew stronger and stronger. However, the Rock King did not care. His golden feathered robe fluttered in the wind, and his golden hair was like a torch. His aura was even more oppressive than a mountain. Kill! Accompanied by a murderous roar, the Rock King's palms turned into fists. Golden light erupted from his body, especially his fists, which were even more resplendent. The fluctuations of power spread out in all directions. Gotcha! The pair of halberds let out a trembling sound. Numerous cracks appeared on them, and then they shattered into pieces in the cosmos. The Rock King ferociously punched forward. At the same time as it shattered the two halberds, it also smashed into the body of the muscular man. The muscular man was originally 2 meters tall, but now he was like a wooden puppet that was sent flying. Moreover, there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. Boom! A rain of blood poured down. The robust man was shattered under the Rock King's fist. There was no suspense at all. Everyone was in an uproar. They were all shocked, especially the troops from the Celestial Court. This robust man's strength was extremely great, and he could be considered a venerable ancestor in his own region. He could go to the true path to contend for supremacy, but he was recruited by the Celestial Court and never left. Who would have thought that such a powerful character would be directly blown up by the golden feathered robed man? Too terrifying. This Rock King's fist technique is truly unrivaled. Even a supreme great sage could be easily killed. It's inconceivably powerful. If the quasi-emperor doesn't appear, how many people can keep him in check? He's truly worthy of being a divine king of the celestial court. He can truly reign supreme in one region. Everyone was astonished. The golden feathered robed king of the celestial court was too powerful. He was simply undefeatable, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Legend has it that the Rock King's fist has the shadow of the celestial emperor's fist. Back then, this golden rock stood on the shoulder of the Saint Fiziki fan and received enlightenment. It was similar to comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. When someone spoke of the past, everyone couldn't help but frown. This fist technique was already unrivaled and gave off an incomparable oppressive aura. What would the true celestial emperor's fist be like? Everyone's hearts trembled. Kill! The Rock King waved his hand, and the celestial soldiers and generals behind him surged forth. A black mass of them charged forward, and he was even in the lead. Blood and broken weapons flew everywhere. A great battle was also going on in another region. Longma was the first existence in the celestial court to proclaim himself as a king. He ruled over a region, and now that he was surrounded, he didn't panic at all. He immediately set up an 8-division killing formation and swept through all directions. This was a gift from his bad friend, the Black Emperor. He had studied it for many years and restored it to the Great Emperor's killing formation. Although it was only 2 triangles, it was shockingly terrifying. This region was filled with blood and foul winds. Longma's counterattack was roused, and he directly galloped through the starry sky. He used the Row formula and the killing technique of the Celestial Court to assassinate the supreme expert leading the army. Even though the other side had sent out all their experts, the death of the leader, the Great Sage, caused the army to completely crumble. Longma led the army in a counterattack, bathing the Celestial Court in blood. In the Ziwei segmentum, Xianxia and Li Tian were under great pressure because the Celestial Court couldn't forget this place. This was the famous Imperial Star, and now it had become a part of the territory controlled by the Celestial Court. This time, an unparalleled expert attacked, and he held a divine weapon given by the Celestial Court's leader. It was personally refined by the Quasi-Emperor. This place became one of the most important and terrifying battlefields, and the situation was dire. The Quasi-Emperor's divine weapon emitted a monstrous might and suppressed everything. It was boundlessly terrifying. No one could stop it. No one expected that the Celestial Court would be so fierce this time. Apart from the Emperor who hadn't come out, the other factions had mobilized more than half of their forces. They really had the intention of destroying the Celestial Court in one go. Back then, the human sovereign had once entered the Ziwei segmentum and then ruled the universe. He looked down on the 8 desolates and left behind too many legends. This time the attack was too fierce. Xianxia and Li Tian were both heavily injured, and they were alone. Even though they had gathered many people in this region, they still couldn't compare to the Celestial Court. The main force of the Celestial Court attacked. There were 8 or 9 great sage in sight, and it was unknown if there were more hidden in the dark. The Quasi-Emperor's divine sword rose and fell, and it was unstoppable as it slashed down ray after ray of cold light. Kacha! Finally, the goddess furnace was destroyed. Its exterior cracked, and the fragments fell off, piling up together. Xianxia and Li Tian's faces were pale. They couldn't hold on any longer. A ray of Quasi-Emperor's light swept through their weapons, and their primordial spirits were injured. The Ziwei segmentum is under attack. A great sage sneered. He held the Quasi-Emperor's sword in his hand, standing proudly in the sky. He pointed at the 2 disciples of the human desire path, about to kill them. However, at this time, an extremely terrifying fluctuation suddenly pervaded the air. The shattered goddess furnace released resplendent immortal radiance, and a small furnace rose up, dazzling and resplendent. It was only the size of an infant's fist. It was sparkling and resplendent, and strands of emperor's might spread outwards, shaking the world. What that is? Everyone from the Celestial Court trembled. Wang! The small furnace trembled, and the light beam shocked the heavens, tearing apart the cosmos. It turned into a streak of immortal radiance, and with a kacha sound, it directly broke the Quasi-Emperor's sword, causing it to collapse. Everyone from the Celestial Court was horrified. What kind of weapon was this? The Quasi-Emperor's sword refined by the Emperor Lord was so terrifying. It clearly shattered the goddess furnace, so how could a smaller one fly out from within? Ah! A great sage cried out in pain. When the small furnace approached, he was crushed into a meat patty, crushed by the radiance that descended. How astonishing was this? This is a celestial tool that is close to a great emperor weapon, and it is much stronger than ordinary quasi-emperor weapons. It has almost transformed into an emperor weapon. How could this be? Everyone from the celestial court was horrified, and they quickly retreated. However, it was too late. Li Tian and Xianxia exchanged a glance, and then controlled this furnace to slaughter everyone, sweeping through the starry sky, leaving behind endless blood and bones. Only today did they understand the ultimate secret of the goddess furnace. As expected of a weapon personally refined by the eternal universe emperor for his good friend, the patriarch of the path of desire. He had put a lot of effort into it, and there was actually a quasi-emperor's weapon hidden within it. Once it encountered danger, it would definitely rush out on its own. Normally, it would not allow the wielder of the goddess furnace to rely too much on this weapon. The celestial court has actually mobilized such a large force? This is the first time in 300 years that they have dared to launch a sneak attack. I am coming. The large black dog rushed over from another region, the scepter of the celestial court hovering above his head. The light in his eyes was frightening. Behind him, Duanda had also arrived. He had been invited here by the troops of the celestial court, because the pressure they had faced this time was too great. No one would have thought that the celestial court would mobilize such a large force, and it seemed like they were going to destroy the celestial court in one fell swoop. Moreover, this was one of the main battlefields. When they arrived, they discovered that the Ziwei galaxy was unharmed, and a quasi-emperor furnace was floating up and down. They were instantly stunned. Not good. Hurry and head toward the desolate star. The most terrifying army of the celestial court is charging there, and the barbarians won't be able to stop them. The Black Emperor shouted. Everyone's expressions changed. There was a secret formation on the desolate star that led to the headquarters of the celestial court. If it was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, not only them, but even the Buddhist realm that Longma, the Great Rock King, and Hua guarded all mobilized their troops, heading to the desolate star to provide reinforcements. When they arrived, they saw endless blood and bones, broken limbs, and countless corpses. Blood had completely dyed this place red, and it was like a scene from hell. Everyone's heart sank, and they felt incomparably stifled. Could it be that Dongfang Yi and the others have all died in battle? Everyone felt a wave of fear. When they arrived at the strategic location of the desolate star, the scene in the mountain range caused everyone to be stunned, and then they didn't know what to say. The barbarian was busy, personally roasting meat. He had killed too many people. There were many races that had invaded from the celestial court, and there were people from all races. Now, he was cooking a feast. At the side, the old man of the human demon was eating to his heart's content. He was being served very comfortably, and it was unknown how much meat he had swallowed. How was the old ancestor eating? Asked Dongfang Yi. This time, it was all thanks to the human demon. If not for the human demon Dongfang Tai's sudden appearance, this place would definitely have been flattened. There was simply no one who could stop that sea of divine army. The arrival of the human demon had completely changed everything. Those people could not descend on this star, not even the great sage. After the battle, they had all become food for the human demon. The taste is not bad. I'm about to be full, said the human demon while burping. Everyone was shocked. All the non-human races in the army had been eaten by him. This is a mixed stew. We put the experts of the Flood Dragon, Divine Tiger, Blood Phoenix, and other races into a large pot and then add the most special condiments of my barbarian race. The taste is delicious, and this time, we've made a pot of soup for you. Hurry up and have a taste. Dongfang Yi attentively brought over a large cauldron. It had actually been refined to imitate Yi Fan's myriad qi cauldron, and now it had become a soup pot. Everyone was speechless. They had been worried just now, but they had never thought that this would be the result. The Sea of Celestial Court's army had become the human demon's prey, and now, they had entered his stomach. This really made everyone speechless. For this battle, the Celestial Court had mobilized a large number of troops, but they had never thought that it would end like this. It made everyone feel apprehensive, but at the same time, they also wanted to laugh. This was the first great confrontation between the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court. The scale was originally going to be huge, but who would have thought that it would end so anticlimactic? However, this matter made everyone vigilant. The conflict between the two great sects was irreconcilable, and it had reached a certain degree. Otherwise, How could there be such a large-scale expedition? In the cosmos, the atmosphere became tense. Since there was a great expedition, there would definitely be a second one. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before it happened. The Celestial Court has gone too far. They provoked the Celestial Court and destroyed our army. Are they trying to start an all-out war? Celestial Court, do you still have any shame? You clearly wanted to wipe us out, but in the end, you returned in defeat, yet you still put on the appearance of a victim. Since such a thing had happened, there was naturally no lack of noise. The entire star domain was not calm, and the smell of gunpowder was thick. The region adjacent to the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court was in turmoil. A portion of people fled, fearing that they would be affected by the two great organizations' expedition. Only now did everyone suddenly discover that the Celestial Court was actually this powerful, daring to contend against the Celestial Court. In the past, the Lord of the Celestial Court was extremely low profile, because he never participated in the bloody battle against the Supreme Beings. Perhaps because he felt ashamed, he never appeared. However, the speed of their great sex expansion never weakened, long becoming a colossus. After so many years passed, it made people feel intimidated. No one expected that after more than 300 years, the Celestial Court would silently strengthen to this extent, able to fight against this colossus. The regions adjacent to the two were in turmoil, finding it difficult to calm down. Everyone was paying close attention to how the two great organizations would confront each other in the end. It was to the extent where the eyes that gathered here temporarily surpassed the only true path, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Yi Fan came out. What? He quietly withdrew from the Emperor's path, going into seclusion for 10 years, yet he appeared again? Where is he? He headed to the star domain adjacent to the Celestial Court and the Celestial Courts. These news seemed to have grown wings, immediately spreading to all places, to the extent where it entered the only true path through a few special channels, stirring up everyone's emotions. Yi Fan's body had a hidden illness, a great problem occurring, unable to even continue on the Emperor's path, only able to withdraw. However, this always made some people feel like he was an uncertain factor. Regardless of what happened to him, once he appeared, they had to treat him seriously. A blood crow moved through the cosmos, several thousand zhang in length. On its back stood several people, one of them precisely Yi Fan, who had gone into seclusion for 10 years, appearing again. Sacred body Yi Fan came. It really is him. This was an enormous city that landed on a desolate star. This star was devoid of life, originally a dead star. However, since ancient times, this enormous city had always been bustling, people always coming and going. It was because it was located at the border of several great star domains, a special place. Many powerful cultivators came and went, either exchanging scriptures, selling divine materials, or purchasing secret weapons. Since ancient times, it had never declined. Today this place was still the same. Even though it was located between the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court, the number of powerful cultivators hadn't really decreased, and there were many natives. Yi Fan came. The Celestial Court's great army is pressing on the border, eyeing this place like a tiger watching its prey. He really dared to appear. The Celestial Court's great army was stationed at the border, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. There were supreme experts among them, some with quasi-emperor weapons, and even a deputy sect master of the Celestial Court had arrived. It was under this kind of pressure that Yi Fan appeared, rushing to the border, appearing in this enormous city, shocking people. What is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to fight against the entire Celestial Court army alone? Chapter 1635. 40,000-year-old Fire Lotus Seed. It grows in the depths of the Earth's core fire and takes root in the magma. It's about to transform into a medicine king. Don't miss it when you pass by. Heavenly Demon Blood Crystal. After an unparalleled demon lord died, his blood essence turned into a demon crystal in the blessed heavenly abode. It's priceless. Earth Dragon Vein Essence. A rare divine material since ancient times. It's hard to come by again in this lifetime. Godly Punishment City was bustling. All sorts of noises rose and fell. There were no weaklings here. Everyone was a powerful cultivator. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures they were exchanging for were naturally extraordinary. Many pairs of eyes looked over. When Yi Fan entered the city, he attracted too much attention. When he walked past an area, It would be so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. This was originally a bustling city. When their group passed through, even the unruly rogue cultivators and experts with powerful backgrounds retreated and made a path for them. The people of the Celestial Court were destined to fight against the army of the Godly Court. No one wanted to get involved. If they got involved at this time, they would be looking for trouble. Yi Fan made people apprehensive. Even though he was rumored to be half-crippled and forced out of the Emperor's road, and his condition had been deteriorating for the past 10 years, once he appeared, his every move would affect everyone's heart. Along the way, the Black Emperor's eyes almost popped out. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were being exchanged for were of divine quality. It was drooling. Is this the 9-yang divine grass that can only grow in the sun star? The Black Emperor's saliva almost dripped out. He stopped in front of a stall and couldn't move any further. It was a plant that surged with divine flames, and it was like a ball of chaotic immortal light. It had 6 leaves that illuminated the surroundings. This was a rare divine herb, and it was already quite good to be able to find a single stalk even after searching through the numerous great yang stars. This was a wonderful plant for cultivating the body and tempering one's yang qi. It could temper one's muscles and bones into bronze and iron, refining one into an indestructible body. The ancient city even had such a thing. It was obvious how prosperous it was. Unless the great sage frequented this place to exchange divine materials, it would be impossible for such a divine item to be in circulation. Unfortunately, the Black Emperor was notorious. When the seller saw that it was a big black dog, he immediately fled on a streak of light. Woof, why are you running? Any knowledgeable person would know that I would never trade anything with the black dog and the fat Taoist priest. Woof, you're discriminating against me. The large black dog had a square head and large ears, and was extremely ferocious. It was about to give chase, yet Yi Fan pressed down on its neck to prevent it from acting recklessly. Many people narrowed their eyes. Strands of light shot out as they stared at Yi Fan's palm, wanting to see exactly what it was. 10 years had passed. Had there been any changes to his body? Everyone wanted to find out the truth about him. Many gazes shot over from all directions like a waterfall. However, they were disappointed. Yi Fan's hand didn't exert any force, and the large black dog seemed to have sensed this as well. He narrowed his large eyes and swept his gaze around. On a broken mountain, a young man asked, "What do you think? Has he recovered?" There was an elder beside him. His hair was white like snow, but his complexion was rosy. His skin was tender like a newborn baby's, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He said, "It's hard to say. Logically speaking, he won't recover in this lifetime, and will die from illness and suffering." That seemingly very young man's eyes shone with divine light. His tone was cold and emotionless as he said, "Say, if I suddenly make a move and kill him, what kind of consequences will there be?" The elder's expression became serious when he heard this, and he said, "UMO, don't act recklessly. You most likely won't be able to kill him. I really want to verify this. I want to see if he is getting weaker by the day, or if he is getting better." The young man's eyes burned even more brilliantly. The elder warned, "Don't act recklessly. Putting aside whether you can succeed or not, just the consequences of making a move against him are unbearable for ordinary people. Back then, he fought a supreme being in the life-restricted region and died. Now that he has returned alive, if he is killed by someone else, the people of the world will not agree. You people are always overcautious and overcautious, thinking too much. If you kill him, then you kill him. Even if it becomes reality, so what? I believe that after a few years, everyone will forget about him. The so-called achievements will all be fleeting clouds." With Yi Fan's arrival, many people became restless. Undercurrents surged, and some even wanted to take action violently. Most of the people who were hostile to them were the leaders of the Divine Court. Among them, even their youngest commander had come. He was known as one of the 3 strongest heroes of this generation in the past 300 years. It was clear that everyone had misgivings. Even if they could secretly kill Yi Fan, they still wouldn't rashly take action. Once they were exposed, they believed that many people would raise their banners and denounce them. Regardless, there was currently no one who dared to openly announce that they would kill Yi Fan. This was defying the world, making all creatures of the world their enemy. There were quite a few hostile cultivators who wished for Yi Fan to die sooner, not wishing for him to continue living. They always felt that he was an unstable factor, and they would do everything they could to make this hope a reality. Outside this vast star, in the region ruled by the divine court, the border army was boundless, almost drowning this place. With so many people heading to the border of the star regions, Yi Fan's group stood on this star and could clearly feel the rolling pressure in outer space. A bloody battle seemed to be drawing closer. Yi Fan's group stood on the back of the blood crows and arrived in outer space. They could see the fluttering banners in the distance, forming a magnificent formation in the universe. The holy physique Yi Fan has appeared. Does he really think that we don't dare to take action? Don't think that the glory of fighting the supreme beings in the life-forbidden zone has become a protective talisman. Some valiant soldiers were very dissatisfied. They coldly stared at this place from the star region, but they didn't dare to act rashly without receiving the order to fight. On the other side, in the region ruled by the celestial court, the border area was also densely covered with banners, and a murderous aura was surging. The titled kings of various tribes had arrived, each leading a troop. They looked at each other across the sky, like tigers eyeing their prey. The army of the divine court and the celestial court were looking at each other across the area. They could take action at any time. And the buffer zone in the center was the godly punishment city. According to legends, a long time ago, this was a vast star full of vitality. However, because of a fierce battle, this place had become a barbarian land. It was said that the two parties involved were the divine court and the underworld. That battle was earth-shattering. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Even the great emperor's formation, which was almost perfect, was destroyed. History was shockingly similar. Today, the two great organizations were opposing each other, and they were about to have a decisive battle here. Now, only the godly punishment city was left on this star. Without the protection of the great emperor's formation, it would become a speck of dust in the universe. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi calmly returned to the godly punishment city. They didn't care about the army on the other side, as if they weren't afraid at all. So calm. Aren't they afraid that I will get angry and send my army to kill them all? Not long ago, the young man standing on the broken mountain snorted. He was the youngest commander of the divine court. He was known as one of the 3 strongest heroes in the last 300 years. He was an outstanding rising star. His name was Umo, and he was accepted as a personal disciple by the master of the divine court. Next to him, the white-haired old man was the oldest commander of the divine court. He also frowned. Yi Fan was so calm. Was he really not afraid? Report, the holy physique Yi Fan has been invited to the godly punishment city to preach the Tao. Many people have gone to discuss the scriptures and cultivation comprehension. Some people from the divine court found out about the movement in the godly punishment city and came to report. Immediately, the young commander Umo frowned. Was he looking down on them? Let's go and take a look. We will also enter the godly punishment city. A woman's voice was magnetic, sexy, and astonishingly charming. The adopted daughter of the master of the divine court had arrived. She had been accepted as the daughter of a cultivator. Her status could be said to be extremely prominent. No matter where the daughter of a cultivator went, people would respect her. The godly punishment city was very big. It surrounded some mountain peaks. In one area, there were 5 stone mountains that stood side by side. They were like the 5-finger mountains. Normally, it was a place for cultivators to discuss the Tao. Today, only Yi Fan sat on the platform. He was talking about his past cultivation experience, which attracted a large number of people. What a great voice of the great Tao. Unfortunately, he only has this experience left. Can the holy physique still fight? Umo landed. He was very direct. On the way, he had made up his mind that he couldn't let Yi Fan continue like this. His contributions to the various races couldn't be mentioned all the time. It was all empty talk. If this continued, the holy physique's reputation would become even greater. Even if he didn't fight to the death with Yi Fan today, he still wanted to humiliate him and make him lose face. Even if people might be dissatisfied with him, he still had to do this. He wanted to make Yi Fan fall from the altar and let people see that he was just an ordinary person. 300 years ago was just a special period of history that coincidentally allowed the holy physique Yi Fan to shine. The adopted daughter of the divine court frowned, but in the end, she acquiesced and let him do it. She pushed the statue of Yi Fan down from the platform. It's fine if a young man doesn't know how to respect his seniors, but he is still so arrogant. It will only show that he is ignorant and shallow. The Black Emperor spoke impolitely. He even stretched out a claw and was ready to attack. Umo sneered and said, "There will always be talents in every generation. Some people are already old and useless. They should go into seclusion and never come out again." He knew the consequences of saying these words. He would most likely be scolded by the people of the world, but he just wanted to humiliate Yifan and destroy the fact that he was respected by all races. He wanted to drag him down from the altar. Once, twice. If this happened many times, many people would oppose the holy physique. Yifan's so-called divine ring would become dim, and he would no longer be supported by others. "I see that you really want to fight with me, right?" Yifan sat on the Dao platform with a calm expression. He looked at Umo without joy or worry. "I have some thoughts, but unfortunately, you are no longer the you from back then. I heard that your condition has been deteriorating for the past 10 years, and you no longer have the strength to fight. How disappointing." Umo landed on the ground. Everyone was in an uproar. The Divine Court's people were clearly here to stir up trouble. Their words were too disrespectful. Since they knew about Yifan's situation, they were still pressuring him. "Child, let this emperor teach you what it means to be an expert." The Black Emperor was like a demon god descending to the mortal world. His entire body was shrouded in mist, and his blood energy was like an ocean. Yifan waved his hand and did not let the Black Emperor make a move. "I indeed have some problems, but I can still fight. Child, come, attack me." When the Black Emperor heard Yifan's words, his heart jumped. Was he really going to take that step? He observed a moment of silence for the Divine Court's army and sighed for all those who had come to kill him. I'm looking forward to this endless divine army to help little Yi break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. It's best if the Vice Sect Master comes to kill him at the crucial moment." Li Heishui was also very excited, but he hid all of this in the bottom of his heart and did not reveal it. Umo's expression was cold and emotionless. "If I injure you, I'm afraid of being despised by the people of the world. I'm not like you, who is covered in a divine ring and has statues of you in many places." "Don't worry, just come at me," said Yifan. Umo sneered and said, "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being vicious. If you really can't hold on, you can feel free to call me out. Forget about everything else, just from battle accomplishments alone, after all these years, just how many people dared to treat Yifan with disrespect?" His words were going too far. Many people were furious. Divine Punishment City immediately became quiet. After so many years, could Yifan still take action? There had always been rumors that his body seemed to be getting worse and worse. 10 years ago, he could still borrow the divine chains of order in his blood to fight an Imperial Pass. But not long ago, there were people who spread rumors that Yifan couldn't even use divine chains of order anymore. Pang! Umo took action, directly striking Yifan's chest. His divine body actually didn't evade. Everyone's minds trembled, sighing inwardly at the end of the road for a hero. He couldn't even evade this type of attack? Umo's face revealed a smile of ridicule, full of mockery. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. He cried out inwardly, "What is going on? My great Tao fragment." Chapter 1636. Umo wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. His body couldn't move, so he could only scream in his mind. People didn't know about this. They only saw Yifan get hit in the chest by Umo's palm. They all felt sad for him. Was the glorious era of the Saint Physique really over? They had just met face to face, but he was hit like this. It was like a hero past his prime. What a pity, that battle 300 years ago destroyed a heaven-warping genius. Originally, his brilliance was already boundless, and in the future, he could even challenge the great ancient emperors, able to subdue the supreme beings of the life-restricted regions. Yet now he has fallen to such a state. His all-powerful days are now gone, never to return. Quite a few people were sighing. This was an ending that made them feel helpless and bitter. A hero who should have been unmatched in the present age became old and slow to this extent. Time was truly merciless, cutting away too much. The people from the Divine Court all had cold smiles on their faces. They were happy to see this scene. Umo had hit the Saint Physique, Yifan, who had shocked an entire era in the past. This was a great humiliation to him. Even if they didn't kill him, It was only a matter of time before they dragged him down from his pedestal. People had complicated feelings. Yi Fan had been defeated too quickly. It was just one move. Many people were not convinced, and they wanted to rush forward to save him. They couldn't bear to see him being humiliated. People from the divine court, don't you think you've gone too far? Why do you have to humiliate him like this after one palm? Why don't you lift it up? Some hot-tempered people couldn't help but shout. They strode forward and were about to take action. After 300 years, the new generation had risen, and many heroes and powerful warriors were born. Many people had grown up listening to the legend of Yi Fan, so they naturally respected him. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of people wanted to take action. The godly punishment city didn't lack powerful warriors. It was a lawless area, but it was surprisingly prosperous. The great sage often came here to trade divine items and ancient scriptures. Divine court, you've gone too far. Have you forgotten what the Saint Physique had done? 300 years have passed, and it's already not easy for him to survive. You don't approve of what he had done, and you still bully him like this. You've gone too far. The few people in the lead had fiery tempers. One of them held a great axe in his hand, slicing apart the void and attacking forward. Among them, a middle-aged man with a spear blocked the way. He was also a commander of the divine palace. His name was Yulan. With a mocking look on his face, he said coldly, "What are you all doing? This battle is being carried out with the approval of the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Moreover, UMO has said that if Brother Yi Fan is unable to withstand the attacks, he can call out and stop the battle immediately." Everyone's expression changed abruptly. These words were too hateful. There was not a trace of respect or sincerity in these words. This kind of face made people want to beat him up on the spot. A group of people immediately rushed over. All types of magical treasures danced about, attacking together. However, the people on the other side were all extremely powerful. Those were experts of the divine palace realm who ruled over a region. They were supreme beings who were superior to these people. Amidst the sounds of weapons shattering, the first group of people who rushed up were all defeated. The few people in the lead coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries that almost hurt their lives. You all have gone too far. Humiliating the Saint Physique Yi Fan like this, do you all have a conscience? Since you all are so powerful, why didn't you fight him when he was fighting against the supreme beings in the Forbidden Region? Where were you all at that time? Now that his body is declining, you all dare to jump out. Don't you think it's shameless? Many people angrily rebuked. You can't say it like that. This is just a normal exchange of pointers. It's not like Commander UMO will take his life. Moreover, don't you all feel that this is a bit too much? Dao Brother Yi did have some achievements back then, but you can't push him up the altar like this. This is not respecting him, but harming him. We just want him to clearly understand that he is only one person, that's all. On the other side, the commander named Yulan walked forward with a faint smile on his face, cutting off everyone's path. The adopted daughter of the divine palace lord, Yu Ruo, had an elegant and otherworldly appearance. At this moment, her expression was calm. She didn't say anything, but not stopping everything was a type of attitude in itself. Something's wrong. The oldest commander of the divine palace finally felt that something was wrong. Yumo's palm had been on Yi Fan's chest for a bit too long. Even if he wanted to humiliate him, it shouldn't have been like this. At this time, some people finally felt that something was wrong. Yumo's expression was very strange. From the initial mockery to the current paleness, the change was very abrupt, as if he had seen a ghost. Suddenly, the youngest commander of the divine palace UMO coughed up blood. His body shook violently, and everyone heard the sound of bones cracking. He fell down like a pile of mud. UMO, Lord Commander. Everyone on the divine palace side cried out in alarm. Everything happened very suddenly. Yumo's palm had clearly hit Yi Fan, but in the end, he was the one who fell down. A group of people rushed forward. In particular, several great sages took out their magic treasures. With so many weapons attacking Yi Fan together, they were all ruthless. In the surroundings, many people were indignant. Just now, the people of the divine palace had stopped them from disturbing the battle between those two. But now, they had directly joined in. They were truly two different standards. I am here. Don't you think this is going too far? The Black Emperor coldly said. A Tao diagram flew out, causing the void to be shrouded in mist, displaying its strength. But after thinking about it, it didn't stop them. A strange look appeared in its eyes. Umo, what's wrong? Those people shouted. Umo's body slumped down, almost kneeling on the ground. He was unwilling, but he couldn't control his body. This posture left him in an incomparably awkward position. Just now, he had been so arrogant, looking down on the experts of the heavens. But in the blink of an eye, he was crawling at the feet of Yi Fan. I seem to have lost to myself. It was my great Tao fragment that pierced through me, he said with great difficulty. Large amounts of magic treasures flew over, landing on Yi Fan's body. He finally took action. His palms and fingers were sparkling as they struck out one after another. Caw-caw sounds rang out incessantly. No one knew what exactly happened. Yi Fan's palms and fingers collided with those weapons. The Tao marks within the weapons surged out, all of them entering his body and causing him to tremble violently. However, many of the weapons themselves were cracked. Umo's face was pale. He crawled at the feet of Yi Fan as if he was facing a supreme king. He felt extremely humiliated. He had already spoken such heroic words, but now, he was in such a state. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the wall and kill himself. He was the third strongest of the young generation in the last 300 years. Even though it was said that he was only in the divine court, it was enough to prove his heaven-warping divinity and incomparable cultivation talent. Unfortunately, with such a divine ring covering his body, he could only kneel at the feet of his weak divine physique. Everyone was stunned. Just now, they had been worried for Yi Fan, sighing that he was a hero past his prime and feeling miserable. But now they saw this scene. Many people were petrified and then cheered loudly. Kill! The middle-aged Commander Yulan led more than 10 top experts over. They didn't dare to use physical attacks. They ignored the cracked weapons and directly used all kinds of Tao techniques to attack Yi Fan's body. Divine light covered the sun and Tao techniques rushed into the sky. Something shocking happened. Yi Fan's body trembled slightly from the attacks, but he still stood tall. He didn't retaliate. His expression was cold as he swept his gaze over everyone. This was shocking. My great Tao fragment. The middle-aged Commander Yulan cried out. He felt that his entire body was empty. It was as if he had turned into a mortal in an instant and fallen from the 9 heavens into hell. The others were also pale, even worse than him. They couldn't say a word and felt incomparably empty. Their Tao and spiritual energy had been sucked dry, leaving only a shell. This was a kind of stripping. The Tao technique fragments had entered the other party's body. Cracking sounds came from within Yi Fan's body. Many great sages' fierce attacks had stripped his great Tao fragments, tempering his flesh. His body was like a great furnace. The enemy's great Tao fragments were all fire, extracting his own Tao and laws. At the same time, these people's Tao law imprints also left a Tao mark here, which was swept by his mind. In the past 10 years, he had been comprehending the Tao, observing the great power of the world. He felt the power of the blade of time, and he saw himself as a furnace that smelted all Tao and laws, tempering himself, and nourishing the 100 scriptures and 10,000 laws. His Tao and laws never disappeared, always there. Moreover, his Tao skills were also growing, just that they were sealed in his flesh, unable to be used. He needed a rebirth process, a phoenix bathing in flames to be reborn. Meanwhile, he needed to bathe in 10,000 Tao, borrow the power of the 100 scriptures to forge his own body, allow himself to be reborn. 300 years ago, Yi Fan risked his life to become a supreme being in a life-restricted region, suffering a tribulation that could affect his entire life. His entire being was indeed half-crippled. If nothing unexpected happened, he could only stop here for the rest of his life. This type of severe suppression was the same as placing shackles of order on him that were difficult to break through. However, everything had 2 sides. From another perspective, this wasn't necessarily a type of tempering and opportunity. The more he suppressed himself, the greater the rebound. Once he struggled free from this cage, he might be like a dragon returning to the heavens, a cry that could make the 30 heavens tremble. During these 300 years, he couldn't be considered to have wasted his time. During the process of his flesh being reconstructed, he was muddle-headed, but his flesh was fighting a great battle against the Supreme Being's natural law imprints. Like an immortal sword that had been sharpened for 300 years, becoming sharp to the extreme. This was the reason why his flesh became increasingly terrifying even though he didn't cultivate. This was trained during the great battle against the Supreme Being's natural law imprints. Moreover, even though he was unconscious, his subconscious hadn't fallen asleep, and had always been in a special state. In his mind, there were several great enemies. The Lord of Samsara, the Light and Darkness Supreme, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the Heaven-Abandoning Supreme. More than 300 years ago, he had faced these people face to face, previously fighting a battle. During the process of his flesh being reconstructed, his subconscious mind had always treated these people as enemies, carrying out deductions. The scenes of the battle from that day continuously replayed. Not only were there battles between him and his enemies, there were also battles between Void Great Emperor, Eternal Space Great Emperor, and Supreme Beings. It could be said that this was the cultivation world's most precious treasure. During these 10 years, he comprehended the Tao, comprehended methods, roamed the world of mortals, strolled through famous mountains and great rivers with Jianghu, his potential awakening. More than 300 years of subconscious awakening was sensed by him, making him comprehend the Tao madly, almost transforming into the Tao. His feelings were too deep. There were no battles in the world that could compare to a great battle against a supreme being. He had this kind of experience. It was unfortunate, but also fortunate. After encountering this great life and death tribulation, he could be considered to have died once, surviving with great difficulty. If he could master these things, it would surpass the continuous battles of carnage. The scenes of the Supreme Being battle, as well as those natural law and order Tao patterns, still had traces in his body. His source was still fighting against those things, and this was also one of the main reasons why he lost all of his Tao technique fragments. There were too many things in his body, but he already didn't need to fuss over them. What he needed now was to trample all of the Tao and techniques under his own feet, making himself stand above everything. And now, he was the heaven and earth copper furnace, needing the flames of all Taoists to refine his body, hoping for a phoenix's nirvana, reconstructing a new body. He used himself as a furnace, guiding the flames of all Taoists, forging his flesh, tempering his primordial spirit, and this was only the beginning. Ah! Yulan screamed, but he couldn't change the reality. His great Tao fragment inexplicably rushed into his opponent's body, and he didn't know what was happening. After a while, it rushed back. Crack! These people all trembled violently, all of their bones broken, and their primordial spirits cracked. They suffered serious injuries. Without exception, these people all fell to the ground, crawling under Yi Fan's feet like a puddle of mud, unable to move. This scene was shocking. In the godly punishment city, whether it was Yi Fan's side, the divine court side, or the neutral spectators, they were all petrified. The great commander of the divine court was definitely the strongest among the great sage, walking proudly in the world. However, in front of Yi Fan, who was said to have been half crippled, he was so weak. Those who were arrogant just a moment ago were now half kneeling on the ground, unable to struggle up. Everyone was sweating profusely, and their bodies were convulsing and trembling. What happened? Is the sacred Yi Fan going to rise again? There are still no waves of the great path in his body, and he can't even use the divine chains of order. But why was it so strange just now? What kind of law and Tao is this? I seem to see the sacred body return to its peak, and a new beginning to illuminate the universe is about to begin. Many people murmured. The cultivators who were on Yi Fan's side were all excited, and their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. They couldn't help but clench their fists. The cultivators on the divine court side all turned green. The row of people crawling under Yi Fan's feet was too eye-catching. Among them were their commanders and protectors, but they were kneeling there in humiliation. Alas, in this world, those who are capable don't even say a word, and those who are not are shouting all day long. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Don't stare. If you were really capable, you wouldn't be kneeling here. The Black Emperor's mouth had always been vicious, and he certainly wouldn't let this group of people go at this time. You, the genius of a generation, Yumo's face was flushed red, and he was about to bleed. Yulan and the others were also going crazy. Everything they had experienced today was a great humiliation. Aren't you all very powerful? Each of you ruled a sea of stars. Why are you all kneeling here in the end? The Black Emperor continued to attack, ruthlessly exposing their scars, and said, "Trash is trash. 300 years ago, When you faced the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone, you all were timid and ran for your lives, not daring to come out. 300 years later, you see the person who fought with the supreme beings coming back alive with great difficulty. But you all seem to have been injected with chicken blood, rushing forward one by one. Do you think you can become famous in the universe just because you defeated a crippled sacred body? Pah, a bunch of trash. You still lost, and you will never be able to show your face in public. In the godly punishment city, many people heard this and joined in the uproar, cheering loudly. The Black Emperor had poured dog blood on these people, making them feel that this was how it should be, and they didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy. The people of the divine court wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. The situation was stronger than the people, and they only had themselves to blame for ending up like this. At this moment, some areas within Yi Fan's body lit up like weak candlelight, flickering with light and hope in the darkness. That part of his flesh and blood was brilliant and sparkling, and it began to blossom with brilliance. Fight! Someone from the divine court roared, commanding the endless army in outer space. They were prepared to slaughter their way over, wanting to start a calamity here. Yi Fan stood on the back of the blood crow and rushed into the sky. He needed 10,000 types of Tao flames to nourish his body in the Tao furnace, refining his flesh and primordial spirit, and rebuilding his body. Chapter 1637. Bronze chariots rumbled as they arrived. As the wheels rolled past, even the sky shook. Rows of soldiers stood on the chariots, all of them clad in bronze armor and holding spears in their hands. The cold luster and the cold edge of the spears caused chills to run down one's spine. In the cold and dark cosmos, the endless army of the celestial court arrived. They were densely packed and covered the sky. They were filled with an austere aura that caused goosebumps to appear on one's back. The blood crow revealed its enormous true form. Its wings were thousands of meters long as it carried Yi Fan and broke through the sky, arriving in outer space to confront the endless army. The celestial court had already shouted the slogan of war. All of them unsheathed their blades and nocked their arrows. Killing intent surged as they closed in on Yi Fan. The genius Yu Mo's face was green and white. He also soared into the sky. Even though he was heavily injured and couldn't move, without the pressure from Yi Fan, he could finally move. In addition, Yu Lan and the others who had suffered greatly also flew up. All of their faces were ashen. They couldn't take this lying down. Commander Umo, Commander Yulan, are you all right? Someone on the opposite chariot asked. His voice was sonorous like a spear piercing an iron wall, causing one's chest to tighten and their ears to ache. Is the celestial court declaring war? Our celestial court isn't afraid, but you better think it through. Bear the consequences. Dong Fangyi also roared. He held a wolf fang club in his hand and his muscular upper body flickered with a metallic luster. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely wild. Kill all who block us. A divine general on the opposite side shouted. He was riding on a blood Kirin tiger, tall and fierce. His scarlet hair danced in the wind and he held a large axe in his hand as he gave the order. Boom! In just an instant, the heaven and earth erupted. It was as if a mountain torrent had erupted, sweeping up the rocks and rushing over like a raging sea. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. This scarlet-haired man was the first to attack. His target was Yi Fan on the blood crow and didn't respond to Dong Fangyi. It was obvious that he wanted to kill the most important figure of the celestial court. It was a terrifying battle formation. Behind it, all the bronze-armored generals held a large flag in their hands. They were going to surround the target with a shocking formation. Mother *****. Dong Fangyi was furious. For so many years, the barbarians had shaken the starry sky. Who dared to ignore him? The barbarian's physique was the strongest in the world. Other than Yi Fan, not many dared to fight against him. All these years, he had fought in every corner of the universe and made a name for himself. He was known as the Barbarian King and was a divine king of a division of the Celestial Court. He was invincible and intimidated every region. He had never been defeated. Dong Fangyi carried his wolf fang club and charged forward. With every step he took, heaven and earth shook. It was as if a giant was walking in the mountains. The sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were all shaking. Buzz! He brandished the wolf tooth club, facing the scarlet-haired vicious individual. The two weapons collided, releasing a deafening metallic sound. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sky dome collapsed. Many people covered their ears in pain. That was not a simple sound wave. It was a Tao wave spreading out, killing everything. This was a collision like a comet hitting the moon. Crack! That great axe cracked. The scarlet-haired vicious individual's body trembled and retreated. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The web between his thumb and index finger split open, and a lot of blood flew out. He was a famous vicious individual of the divine court. He immediately roared loudly, and all kinds of totem figures appeared behind him. Among them, there was a green wolf at the top, and it pounced over murderously. This was formed from his Tao laws, a forbidden secret technique. However, the barbarian was even more ferocious. The wolf smoke club smashed down, and the Tao patterns exploded outwards, destroying all of the enemy's Tao marks. Hong! All kinds of light danced about, and terrifying energy moved. Tao symbols flickered, and it was as if divine statues had come to life. They collided here and there. In the end, only a wolf Fong club was left in this world. It smashed down, and with a pu sound, the scarlet-haired vicious individual's bones and tendons snapped. He flew out horizontally. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to survive, because even his head was gone. The lower half of his body was badly mangled, and it fell crookedly into the dark cosmos. The battle formation at the back was useless. The Black Emperor only threw out 6 small flags at the crucial moment, and it cut off those people's path. He could only watch helplessly as a commander was killed. There weren't many people in the Celestial Court, and only a few important figures were here. However, they weren't afraid at all. They didn't retreat even when facing an army of 1,000,000. Instead, they showed off their might and gained the upper hand with a show of strength. It was obvious that the Black Emperor and Dong Fangyi wanted this effect to intimidate them. However, after a short period of silence, the killing intent on the endless chariots and the rusty, blood-stained battleships became even stronger. The person in charge gave the order to surround and annihilate everyone. It was truly an overwhelming and boundless army that surged over wave after wave. The heaven and earth split apart, and the universe trembled as they slaughtered their way over. The Celestial Court Army's battle formation was neat. The reason why so many people were slaughtering their way over was because they had strict arrangements. Every single person was a part of the formation. With people as the formation, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. With an army of 1,000,000 together, they could drown and destroy anything. It was naturally world-shocking. However, regardless of whether it was Yi Fan or the Black Emperor, they were both experts in this field. They threw out large flags and inserted them into the sky. They immediately split up the army and cut off their connection. Kill, don't give them a chance. Someone from the Celestial Court side roared. The great formation changed, and the chariots merged together, dividing into several regions. They weren't afraid that the Black Emperor would cut off their connection. This wasn't an ordinary formation. It was the work of the Quasi-Emperor. The people controlling the flags had long since made preparations. The formation wasn't chaotic, and they were arranged in an orderly manner to reap lives. They wanted to catch all of the leaders of the Celestial Court in one fell swoop. All of you retreat! Yi Fan leapt up, and like a dragon crossing the sky, he directly charged towards a huge warship. There was a divine general leading the army there, and his status wasn't low. In outer space, Yi Fan rushed up. He faced many Tao technique attacks, but he wasn't affected at all. He smashed into the ancient bronze ship like a huge rock. His legs were like nails that pierced into the ship, causing it to crack. We've finally reached this step. The Black Emperor and the others retreated, using formation flags to cut off the sky, not letting the endless army charge over. They paid close attention to the battlefield and supported Yi Fan's formation. Saint Physique Yi Fan, let me see just how strong you are. This era no longer belongs to you. On this warship, a humanoid creature rushed over. His eyes were like torches, and his entire body was covered in purple scales. He had a scorpion tail, and he turned into a streak of purple lightning as he instantly rushed over. In the Celestial Court, there was no lack of young geniuses like Umo, and there was also no lack of geniuses like Yulan. They were all influential figures. They weren't satisfied with Yi Fan, and they didn't approve of his glory 300 years ago. This was especially true when they heard that he charged into the human race's ancient path and slaughtered until the surroundings were completely silent. They couldn't help but sneer. Clearly, this creature before them belonged to this group. He possessed extreme speed, and he turned into a streak of purple light as he surrounded Yi Fan and launched thunderous attacks. At this moment, his purple-scaled palms had already attacked Yi Fan tens of thousands of times, but they were all blocked by a single hand of Yi Fan. So fast! He was astonished. Was Yi Fan crippled? His attacks were like lightning, and he blocked both of his hands with one hand without the slightest difference. He was so fast that it made his eyes blur. Clang! The purple-scaled creature's scorpion tail pierced through the void behind him, releasing a metallic sound as it pierced towards Yi Fan's skull. It was ruthless, accurate, fast, and fierce. This kind of attack was impossible to defend against. During the process of direct confrontation, the heavenly scorpion's sharp stinger behind him suddenly attacked. If it pierced through, it would be enough to poison the great sage to death. In the end, however, the result was completely different. Yi Fan's unmoving palm grabbed the scorpion tail that flickered with purple light, and with a fierce pull, blood flew out with a pu sound. It was directly broken. Ah! This divine general released a loud cry, and his entire body shone. The most powerful great Tao symbols flowed on his body, rushing over like a flood, attacking into Yi Fan's body. He wanted to take advantage of him being half-crippled and unable to use the laws of order. Unfortunately, even though he saw how Mo and Yulan were defeated, he definitely couldn't figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he might have been a bit more cautious. All of the great Tao fragments in his body rushed into Yi Fan's body, turning into a streak of fire that forged that body. Then, it turned around and violently rushed back into his body. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, most of the bones in his body broken. He flew outwards, unable to move at all. Kill him. Within the depths of the great army, a cold voice sounded. The quasi-emperor formation was activated. The various great armies took the vanguard, becoming a part of the great formation. They released endless light, rushing towards Yi Fan. Hong Long Glong. Great banners fluttered about. The endless great army swept over like a steel flood, shocking the world. Divine Court Lord's adopted daughter Yorua stood in the heavens, not saying anything from start to finish. This was already a type of attitude, and it was enough. The group of arrogant and valiant soldiers on the other side suddenly surged with killing intent. The commanders and leaders led the great army over. Golden spears flickered about, tearing through the sky. Cold light shot out in all directions, killing intent surging. The troops on the other side followed the arrangement of the quasi-emperor formation, moving in an orderly manner, carrying heaven-overflowing killing intent to crush Yi Fan. You all truly have quite the skill, finally unable to endure it any longer. In the past, you didn't dare face those ancient supreme beings who seriously threatened the lives of all living beings. Yet now, you are brandishing the butcher's knife against those who contributed in that battle. Outsiders are rabbits, but internally, you are truly ruthless kings. The Black Emperor mocked. When Divine Court's ordinary soldiers heard this, many of their bodies trembled. They came from different clans, naturally knowing about the events of 300 years ago. They all felt hesitation. Kill him. The commander's attitude was resolute. The leaders and commanders were all extremely cold, issuing the death order. This battle erupted. Before this battle, no one would have thought that a half-crippled holy body could defy the heavens. No matter how powerful his flesh was, he would still be killed under the quasi-emperor formation. They had already prepared for the worst, to kill Yi Fan and suffer the world's infamy. At that time, even if they really had to pay the price and push out a few scapegoats, they couldn't be lenient now. They had to drag the holy physique Yi Fan down from the divine altar and eliminate this uncertain factor. However, the result of this battle was shocking. Yi Fan's entire body shone, and all rivers flowed into the sea. Countless Tao patterns rushed forward, but they were all absorbed by that screen of light. Then they turned into strands of multicolored light and rushed back, causing the Divine Court side to suffer great losses. Moreover, as the battle continued, this phenomenon didn't change at all. Although Yi Fan's body was trembling, there were no signs of him dying. Quasi-Emperor's killing formation reach its strongest state and obliterate him. Someone roared. Wang! 8 enormous beams of light descended. This was the simultaneous attack of the Divine Court's 8 great armies. Although the quasi-emperor's symbols were flawed, they truly appeared and hacked towards Yi Fan. Suddenly, Yi Fan was like the most terrifying wasteland beast that had awakened. Hazy mists appeared around him, making everyone's fine hairs stand on end. In front of him and behind him, figures appeared one after another. The shadows of the Master of Samsara, the Light and Darkness Sovereign, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Ruins of God, and the Heaven-Abandoning Sovereign all appeared, exuding unparalleled divine might. On top of that, the Spatial Martial Monarch, the Eternal Space Martial Monarch, and the pieces of Monarch weapons appeared too, unleashing shocking auras. This is... Everyone was shocked, stupefied, unable to say anything. Everyone finally understood the root of Yi Fan's suffering. Why was the hidden illness so difficult to get rid of? That was because the past Supreme Being's Tao marks were tangling about him. There were too many things buried in his body, sealing his laws and Tao within his flesh. At this time, the pressure of the outside world was too great. Those intertwining self-esteem Tao marks were forced out, resisting the suppression. Quasi-Emperor body. His flesh is close to that of the Quasi-Emperor, or is it already? Someone saw the abnormality, crying out in shock. When those things and symbols appeared, Yi Fan's body became sparkling and resplendent, as if it was cast from immortal gold, releasing a wave of terrifying might. The divine body rose up again. Perhaps it was already unstoppable. This was what everyone knew right now. Since his body was this powerful, what else did Yi Fan have to fear? Perhaps his sealed laws and Tao would break out sooner or later. When that time came, how many people would be able to keep him in check? Honglong. The 8 divisions of divine light were completely destroyed, purified by those Supreme Being symbols and void figures. They entered Yi Fan's body, turning into Tao flames, refining his body and primordial spirit. Outsiders didn't know, but they thought that they could injure Yi Fan like this. They attacked crazily, because Yi Fan's performance was too shocking. Not only did he survive after 300 years with great difficulty, he might even be able to walk out of the lowest point of his life and reach the peak again. Perhaps, now was the only chance to kill him while his body was still unwell. But this was exactly what Yi Fan needed. He was at the center of the battlefield, allowing the endless army to attack, guiding the 10,000 Tao flames to refine his body. Even though he was trembling continuously, his will didn't waver in the slightest. Kill him! Someone in the depths of the divine court shouted. Meanwhile, the expression of the divine court lord's adopted daughter Yorua also changed. She joined in to control the great formation. She saw that something was wrong, but she had no other choice. If she didn't destroy Yi Fan today, a terrifying enemy would appear in this world in the future, perhaps threatening her father's ruling position. Between heaven and earth, the divine court army's great Tao fragments and the Tao patterns of the formation merged together like a flood, gathering at the center of the battlefield, the light reaching the sky and shaking the earth. Yi Fan sat there, his body like an immortal furnace, containing 10,000 Tao. That was the Tao flames burning, refining his body. And in the end, he changed again. In everyone's eyes, he changed between furnace and cauldron, unexpectedly no longer in a human body. This was shocking. Using the body as a cauldron, guiding the flames of 10,000 Tao to refine and nurture the true self. If he succeeds, then he truly will be heaven-defying, the Black Emperor said softly, his eyes flickering with light. Yi Fan's entire body was sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors. He was like an ancient deity that had emerged into the world, brushing away the dust, about to reveal himself. Is he really going to walk out of the lowest point of his life and return to the world of experts? Saint Physique Yi Fan really is going to rise up again. Chapter 1638. The divine physique Yi Fan might be rising up once more. At this moment, this was the thought in everyone's mind. They were all indescribably shocked. A person who was confirmed to be half-crippled had already gone into seclusion without any light or future. Yet today, he was going to defy the heavens. Millions of streaks of fiery light gathered strand after strand from the clouds in all directions, turning into the most resplendent divine splendor, illuminating the clear void sky. Yi Fan sat there, his body turning into a Tao furnace, accepting the baptism of all Tao origin flames. His body was undergoing a type of indescribable transformation. Kill him! Someone roared, launching an even more ferocious attack. Anyone could see that he was developing in a good direction. Perhaps he might walk out of his lowest point and once again ascend to the peak. This was a result that many people didn't want to see, especially when the divine court's forces were in confrontation with the celestial court. They were destined to be enemies, so how could they tolerate this type of thing happening? The various great commanders exerted force together. The 8 great armies' Tao patterns surged wave after wave like furious waves, drowning out everything and smashing towards Yifan. He was like duckweed, rising and falling in the vast ocean, but he never sank, persevering and indomitable. His willpower never wavered. The people of the divine court naturally saw that Yifan was using this opportunity to transform, but they had no choice. If they missed out on this day, their chances would be slim. Right now, using violent methods to destroy him was the best choice. One side activated great Tao symbols with all their might, wanting to kill him here and now. The other side did everything they could to guide the 10,000 Tao origin flames to refine their bodies, fighting against the waves that could shatter their bones at any time. The quasi-emperor killing formation was effective. This time, there were a total of 64 enormous streaks of light that swept over. When they landed on Yifan's body, they turned into an 8 trigram symbol. Those fine patterns were profound and unfathomable. However, they were all used, absorbed into his body. In front of Yifan, the figures of the Stone Emperor, Reincarnation Supreme Being, Void Emperor, and the others had all flashed past. Those were the traces of them tangling together, like a giant heavenly net that filtered out these attacks. Raging flames burned, Tao laws erupting, making mountains and rivers lose color, sun and moon lose radiance. Tens of thousands of Tao flames flew over, causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. The great stars in the distance changed their trajectories one after another, trembling in the boundless and immeasurable fluctuations. Then, some of them exploded with a loud rumble, like blooming fireworks. Everyone was horrified. Just how great of a power was this? Even from such a great distance, the remnant ripples still created such a terrifying scene. It truly made one's hair stand on end. Yifan transformed into a furnace, wrapped in tens of thousands of streaks of fiery light. One moment he transformed into a cauldron, the next moment he transformed into a furnace, and the next moment he transformed into a bell in a pagoda. When he was in human form, he looked like a monarch. His precious appearance was dignified and made people revere him. In his body, divine lamps lit up one after another, tearing through the darkness, making the divine chains of order and other things sealed in his flesh tremble, releasing walala sounds, about to revive. This was a transformation that broke through the shackles of the fleshly body, breaking through the shackles of the heavens. His magic, his Tao was being revived, but it was incomparably difficult. The areas that lit up were still too few. Compared to his entire body, there were only specks of light, as if stars were embedded in the curtain of night. How could it be like this? Everyone from Divine Court was shaken. Just how powerful was this person to be able to stop such a ferocious attack? The 8 divine generals, Divine Court's great army of 1,000,000, even though not all of them rushed up, it was still terrifying enough. If it was any other great sage, they would have instantly turned into scattered ashes. However, Yifan blocked it, not dying the entire time. This result left everyone horrified. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. He was too powerful. Was he really going to become a quasi-emperor? His body has always tangled with the Supreme Being's remnant scars, fighting against them. No wonder he is like this, able to survive even like this, endure for 300 years, truly frightening. This was a miracle. All those who understood a portion of the truth, all of their expressions changed. This was challenging the limit of the human body's potential in this cultivation realm. This was a legend. Yu Mo's expression was bleak. He was hailed as a prodigy and the Celestial Palace called him the 3rd prodigy in 300 years. However, compared to the declining saint physique, his so-called halo was nothing. At this moment, he understood what a miracle was. He was like a firefly facing the bright moon. Yu Lan's face was similarly pale. He refused to accept Yifan, believing that his reputation from 300 years ago was nothing more than an undeserved reputation, that this legend was just coincidentally created. If he caught up, then his brilliance would also illuminate the world. However now, he was trembling. When faced with those Supreme Being's remnant scars, even from so far away, he was still greatly alarmed, let alone fighting inside his body, resisting them. There were quite a few people like this. In the past, they only knew that Yifan survived with difficulty, but now they truly understood the hidden details. All of them felt that this was inconceivable, that this was a legend. Tangling with the Supreme Being's remnant scars, not dying, just how heaven-defying of a performance was this? Everyone believed that if news of this reached the 9 imperial passes, the only true path, it would definitely make many people unable to sleep, feel uneasy. Meanwhile, right now, it was Divine Court's people who had to face this. All of their faces were snow white, extremely ugly. What are you all still waiting for? Everyone, do everything you can to kill him. Our Tao flames aren't for him, but to burn him to ashes, erase his spirit. Someone roared. At the same time, a scarlet bloodhammer flew out, carrying resplendent multicolored light. It was as if a mountain was moving, quickly enlarging. In the end, it turned into a blood mountain, crushing towards Yi Fan. Quasi-Emperor artifact. Divine Court's people truly became anxious. There was no time to waste. They definitely couldn't help Yi Fan today, but rather kill him. Otherwise, this would become Divine Court's nightmare, the greatest source of disaster. You dare! Celestial Court's side shouted loudly. Yan Ishi opened his mouth, spitting out a divine furnace that was only the size of an infant's fist. He activated it together with Li Tian. Wang. The quasi-emperor furnace enlarged, becoming resplendent and dazzling, like a mountain or sea. It flew towards the center of the battlefield, stopping that giant bloodhammer. Yurua's eyes released cold lightning. The scarlet bloodhammer was precisely the one who struck out, one of Divine Court's few divine artifacts. She wanted to destroy Yi Fan, not give him a chance. However, she knew that if it faced the goddess furnace head-on, the scarlet bloodhammer would undoubtedly be destroyed. It was because not long ago, when they attacked Purple Star Domain, this furnace already destroyed a quasi-emperor artifact. So, the scarlet bloodhammer slid to the side, avoiding the goddess furnace, not facing it head-on, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Meanwhile, the goddess furnace didn't move, suspending there, quietly protecting him, carrying out deterrence. At this time, Divine Court's million-strong army all moved. Endless great Tao fragments flew about, all types of weapons flickering with brilliance, turning into large amounts of Tao light, submerging Yi Fan within. The world's great Tao was endless. Some said that there were 3,000 great Taos, some said that all Taos returned to the source, some said that the natural laws were endless, simply innumerable. Now, all kinds of Tao danced about. Even though some were weak, they represented a direction, a path that led to the other shore, a path that connected to the end of the world. All of them appeared. In this million-strong army, every single one of their great Tao fragments rushed out, in addition to the interweaving laws in their weapons, turning this place into a sea of Tao. Yi Fan didn't move like a pine tree, no longer moving up and down, like a boulder. His body turned into a cauldron, a furnace, alternating between the two. Occasionally, a large bell would appear between his brows, and an immortal pagoda would shake out from within his body. His flesh was shining like a universe, and he wanted to break this layer of heaven and earth, reviving the true self-laws sealed within and reappearing in the world. The Stone Emperor, Void Emperor, Heaven Abandoning Supreme, and the others stood on the side, filtering the millions of flames. The flames were strong, roasting Yi Fan, tempering his body. Yi Fan's entire body was shining, and a mysterious aura was being emitted. It was as if a dormant great emperor was about to be awakened, making people feel more and more reverence. Within his body, the divine lamp illuminated eternally. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was lit up, as if a divine rainbow had passed through, and his entire body was surrounded by multicolored brilliance. The blood of the divine body was reviving, rumbling like thunder. There was a supreme aura pervading the air, making it hard for people to breathe. The divine body is really going to return, and it will rise again after 300 years. The people of the gods' punishment city were waiting, and the people of the divine court all had ugly expressions. They actually couldn't stop it. Not even the quasi-emperor's weapon. However, when Yi Fan's body lit up more than half, the number of divine lamps in Yi Fan's body stopped increasing, making many people nervous. He snorted coldly and shook the endless great Tao fragments out of his body. Then, his flesh and blood trembled, and his bones crackled. With a boom, he stood up, and all the divine lamps in his body instantly blazed brilliantly, exploding, making his flesh and blood seem to be burning. Wang Long. A terrifying aura spread out, and the pressure of a quasi-emperor erupted, causing a terrifying domain to form in this place. Those fragments of the great path spun and circled around him. His flesh has become an emperor, his flesh is going to transform into the quasi-emperor. Everyone cried out in alarm. In this life, for the sake of survival, Yi Fan had bitterly endured for 300 years. No one would have thought that he would become the quasi-emperor so quickly. It was truly shocking. Ow ho! When Yi Fan's body was about to ignite the flames of the quasi-emperor and break through the shackles, the figures in front of him, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of Samsara, Heaven Abandoning Supreme, and the others all roared loudly. At this moment, the stellar domain trembled, and a few falling stars exploded. The Supreme Being's remnant scars were like this, terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, all of the great Tao fragments turned around and flew towards everyone. Muffled groans sounded as they entered the bodies of the Divine Court's million-strong army, making everyone tremble violently, their bones broken and tendons torn. This was a terrifying scene. It was just the power of a single person, yet it injured everyone. What is going on? The laws and order within his body haven't even truly struggled free. So how can he have this type of power? His flesh became an emperor. This is using the flesh to become the quasi-emperor, a different Tao, a different path. The great sage within the divine punishment was horrified, revealing the truth. The Divine Court's people were thrown into chaos, and the endless great army suffered heavy losses. This was simply like a legend, all of it done by a single person. The people of the Divine Court side were all alarmed. Who said that the divine body declined? Who said that the divine body fell into a miserable state? Who said that the divine body became dim, that it had no fate with the path of hegemony? At this moment, he used facts to declare that he had returned. Everyone knew that Yi Fan wasn't willing to be left out, that he was going to defy the heavens and fight on the path he had never finished. Meanwhile, the Divine Court's people all felt a wave of fear. This was the Divine Court Lord's greatest enemy. If they didn't kill him now, they wouldn't be able to kill him in the future. No one could stop his rise. Thunderclaps descended from the sky. Enormous lightning streaked across the sky, tearing apart the tranquility of the world, shaking the boundless cosmos, leaving everyone horrified. Was this the quasi-emperor tribulation? However, Yi Fan's divine chains of order still hadn't appeared. It really is the emperor through the flesh. His flesh has been refined. His flesh has transformed into the quasi-emperor's body. Everyone was stupefied, spellbound. The enormous lightning hacked down, the terrifying radiance illuminating the Divine Court's people until their faces became snow white. Yu Rua's body trembled intensely, involuntarily backing up, her beautiful lips trembling. Her father had an enemy. Hong Long Glong. The enormous lightning radiance was like a mortal light, illuminating the dark and ice-cold cosmos. The vast and boundless starry skies were all trembling. There was a figure that was like a demonic god standing there with his head held high, facing the heavens, his head of black hair fluttering about, standing tall within the lightning radiance. Chapter 1639. Even though the word accurate was added, it was still world-shocking. One has to understand that it was already extremely difficult for Yi Fan to survive, and had already quietly retired. Now, he actually returned like this. The two words quasi-emperor were as heavy as Mount Tai, suffocating everyone. Yi Fan possessed this kind of body. Even if there were no natural order laws, he could still move unhindered through the cosmos. How many people could keep him in check? The key was that this type of development made everyone tremble. If the Lord of the Divine Court knew about this, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Lightning rumbled. Countless streaks of lightning interweaved in the cosmos, turning into streaks of dragons. They moved their tails and hacked towards Yi Fan's body. Streak after streak of blazing lightning streaked across the originally dark starry sky, illuminating eternity. Yi Fan was contending against the heavenly punishment. It was clear that the heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. It didn't seem like it was that powerful, but its power had increased by who knew how many times. Ow ho! Everyone truly heard the roars of dragons. Several great dragons made their way out from the sea of lightning, their bodies covered densely in green dragon scales. Their bodies were as sturdy as mountain ranges as they threw themselves at Yi Fan. This is the great tribulation that descended for the sake of achieving quasi-emperor through the fleshly body? Everyone was shaken. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they still trembled. Every single fine hair stood on end. How could those dragons be so real? They even released dragon cries, as if they were still alive. It really was splitting the 9 heavens, suppressing the 9 hells. Everyone's scalps went numb. This was too concrete and vivid, similar to the extreme. The green true dragon circled about, opening its mouth and reaching out its claws. It slaughtered towards Yi Fan, wishing to destroy him. Becoming an emperor was heaven-defying. Even the word accurate was the same. When one approached this domain, the heavens felt threatened, wishing to suppress and kill. Yi Fan's body flickered with precious splendor. The blood within his body released tsunami-like sounds, cleansing his flesh. His thick black hair danced about, his eyes like cold lightning. He looked towards the sky, treating everything seriously, his expression extremely serious. This was an opportunity, possibly a transformation. After crossing this barrier, he could move unhindered through the cosmos. Even without the natural order laws, without the corresponding great divine abilities of Quasi-Emperor, he could still move unhindered through the world just by relying on this body. Boom! The gigantic body of a true dragon directly smashed down. Its body shattered the starry sky, and many meteors were crushed into powder. Its body coiled around like a millstone, causing people's scalps to go cold. That type of power was incomparable. Everyone believed that no matter how many great sages there were, they would all be crushed into meat paste by the dragon's body. There was a type of power fluctuation that couldn't be resisted. However, Yi Fan was able to withstand it. He used his divine physique to take it head-on. His fists shattered the vacuum, and the true celestial the Arch-Fist was unleashed in front of everyone, allowing them to see how terrifying he was. Too terrifying. No wonder there are rumors saying that even though he had lost his magic and Tao, he was still able to kill off the longevity celestial being's disciple before leaving the only path of truth. Yi Fan crisscrossed the sky, punching out one punch after another. Every punch drew blood, landing on the green dragon's body. The dragon's scales were damaged and blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely realistic. Was it formed by lightning? Everyone was suspicious. The green scales and dragon blood were both so solid. Ow ho! The green dragon felt pain and leapt up. One of its claws had been broken by Yi Fan, and it fled into the cosmos, smashing a great star into pieces. Everyone was horrified. It was directly destroying celestial bodies and continuously roaring. It was clearly a living creature. There shouldn't really be life, right? A flood dragon with the body of the Quasi-Emperor descended here from the immortal domain. There were some people who were suspicious and had this kind of thought. Roar! The green dragon turned around again, and the other dragons also attacked in front of Yi Fan. An intense battle broke out there. No one could say for sure what realm the green dragon was at. It seemed like it had the body of the Quasi-Emperor, but it also seemed like the lightning formed from a single strike of the Quasi-Emperor. It was undoubtedly exceptionally powerful, and no one here dared to contend against it. Even Yi Fan's expression was grave. His fists drew blood, and not only the dragon's blood, but also his own. Even the bones of his fingers could be seen. However, he didn't seem to know pain and didn't pay it any attention. He only stared at the green dragons and brandished his celestial emperor's fists. 1, 2. A total of 8 dragons appeared in the Sea of Lightning. Every time their enormous bodies circled about, they would destroy many falling stars. They possessed intimidating divine might. Roar! After the final dragon roar, an even larger dragon appeared. It swallowed several stars in one gulp, and the radiance it spat out was like a river of stars, boundless and boundless. This region of the starry sky was in great turmoil. Yi Fan naturally bore the brunt of it and resisted fiercely there. Everyone was horrified, especially the Divine Palace army. They rejoiced inwardly that they retreated, or else this lightning tribulation would destroy all of them. No one could stop it. Li Heishui sneered and said, "Little Yi is soft-hearted and doesn't want to kill all of them. Otherwise, do they think they can escape?" Back then, he borrowed the lightning tribulation to eliminate many great enemies. It's good that they don't have to suffer so many deaths. Otherwise, Yu Cheng will be in great trouble. That's the boundless flames of the mortal world, and they will find him sooner or later, the Black Emperor said. It was rare for the black-faced large black dog to be merciful to an enemy he hated dearly, but there was a reason for it. He had followed an ancient emperor before, and knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. We've stabilized. We've finally gained the upper hand. Dong Fengyi said, completely relieved. The barbarian's upper body was bare, and he had the most primitive aura of a wild beast. To the enemy, he was very dangerous. The 9 dragons were wailing, and even the bones of Yi Fan's fists were exposed. However, it was as if he didn't know pain, and with an unchanging frequency and eternal pulse, he attacked with all his strength. He struck the 9 green dragons until they trembled and wailed continuously. All of them either had their claws shattered, or half of their bodies broken. They were all heavily injured, and couldn't get close to him. He released a long roar, and the radiance around his body became even more brilliant. The true blood of his saint body boiled, and a bright red color dyed his fists. Those wounds quickly healed, and the bones in his hands were covered. He adjusted his body to its most powerful state, and quickly charged out. He stepped on the back of the true dragon, and his fists brandished about, striking out with the greatest power. One after another, they were forced to crawl under his feet. Yi Fan released a loud roar. He turned into a cauldron, and his body was concealed. He floated there, and the 9 green dragons were suppressed below him. He's actually a human, and hasn't changed at all. It's just that his state and the aura he's emitting makes others feel like he's a cauldron. Unless one has a special heaven's eye, they won't be able to see the truth, the Black Emperor said. The space between his brows split open, and a vertical eye was revealed. There was a dim light contained within. The 9 green dragons were suppressed by Yi Fan, and they wailed there. Their mouths continuously spewed out celestial light, and they burned fiercely like flames, roasting the cauldron. And for Yi Fan, this was actually a kind of tempering. He drew upon the 9 powerful and mysterious creatures that took form in the lightning tribulation, and borrowed their power to temper his body. Boom! The sea of lightning above erupted, and boundless energy gathered towards the 9 dragons, causing them to become many times thicker. However, it was still useless, and they couldn't break free from the cauldron's suppression. Only when the 9 true dragons were obliterated, turning into light and Tao laws to be refined into Yi Fan's body, did the sea of lightning explode, and weapons flew out one after another. There aren't any ancient great emperors appearing this time. Strange, his appearance is different from when he was crossing tribulation in the past. Could it be because his body has become a quasi-emperor? Yan Ishi was astonished. He isn't simple either. Those are terrifying weapons, and they're very difficult to deal with. The weapons that flew out weren't simple. The first was a cauldron, a 3-legged, 2-eared, circular cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron was suffused with primal chaos, and it suppressed downwards, capable of both offense and defense. Next was a large bell, and its long and drawn-out sound caused the entire cosmos' starry rivers to tremble. Finally, there was an ancient pagoda that possessed the might to suppress the 33 layers of heaven. There were also heavenly swords that hacked over, and great halberds descended. Each and every one of them possessed extremely powerful offensive power. Yi Fan resisted, and he faced them with his bare hands. It was as if he was forging iron here, and sonorous sounds rang out. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was currently doing something astonishing, transforming one weapon after another into his body. This could be said to be risking his life, and he could easily explode himself. Every weapon was relatively dangerous, and they were the embodiment of a type of heaven and earth's fundamental Tao laws. However, he was using them to forge his own body, treating them like Tao flames. In the end, the bones in Yi Fan's body crackled, and his entire body was covered in blood. His body trembled like a sonorous song, and it seemed like he would collapse at any moment. He was persevering, absorbing these weapons into his body one by one, triggering their resonance, allowing these Tao fragments to burn and refine within his flesh. Boom! Yi Fan's body seemed like it was about to explode. His white bones were exposed, bright red blood and golden blood dripping down. It was an extremely terrifying sight. However, his flesh possessed a type of astonishing recovery power. Even during the lightning tribulation, he could still quickly recover. That was because his physique had evolved to a type of extreme realm. During these 300 years, his body's purification and sublimation had always continued. The bloody battle against a supreme being had left a deep impact on him. His flesh remembered everything from that time, and it made him work hard to evolve and transform in a certain direction. Yi Fan resisted all of the weapons. Even though he narrowly escaped death, and there was one time when even his frontal bone was shattered, and his primordial spirit was almost cleaved in half, he still made it through. In the end, he absorbed all of the weapons into his body, and then tossed them out again. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit also used this to undergo a round of tempering. That golden little figure brandished its fists and legs, fighting against all of the weapons. "Cauldron, come!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. The void was torn apart, and the all-life energy cauldron appeared, floating above his head. It crossed the tribulation with his flesh and primordial spirit, and those weapons even more so became the cauldron's most desired target. They collided violently. Even though many cracks appeared on the cauldron during this process, it still didn't shatter. It devoured all of the weapons, refining them into its own body. This is... Everyone was shocked. This cauldron really was special. Even though those weapons were about to split apart from Yi Fan's attacks, the fact that it could devour them like this was still world-shocking. The sea of lightning surged, crushing downwards. There were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts within. Upon closer inspection, it was a vivid and lifelike world. On the great earth, there were Kuan Pang, white tiger, flying serpent, vermilion bird, and other legendary creatures roaming about. Soon after, Yi Fan was submerged. Divine might shone resplendently there. Something's not right. What kind of place is that? Could it be that it's imitating immortal domain? It's different from the heavenly tribulation of the past. The Black Emperor revealed a serious expression. The heavenly tribulation this time was extremely strange. Those mountains, rivers, and all living things seemed to have condensed a type of great power. Yi-zi-hi-ah. His chest was directly split open. Li Heishui cried out in alarm. This was just the beginning. Yet Yi Fan already suffered such an attack. The mountains, rivers, and all living things had spirits. The Kuan Pang, flying serpent, white tiger, vermilion bird, and so on, all of them were like real beast deities. They were too powerful. How sturdy was Yi Fan's physical body? Yet it was able to produce such a result. This kind of lightning tribulation was absolutely terrifying, far exceeding common sense. The only thing that made people rejoice was that the recovery speed of Yi Fan's physical body was too fast. In the blink of an eye, his flesh and bones were reconnected. The Quasi-Emperor's body was extremely astonishing. The cauldron, primordial spirit, and torso suffered a calamity. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. There were too many strange creatures there. Some were prehistoric creatures, some were great devils recorded in ancient texts, some were gods and devils, some were vermilion birds, heavenly ghosts, and so on. Everyone in the divine court was excited. It seemed like even Yi Fan couldn't resist this kind of calamity. His physical body had shattered several times, and even the cauldron had been broken and reconstructed several times. Why is it so strange? It seems like Yi Fan is having a bit of a hard time. Can he make it through? Li Heishui said softly, revealing a worried expression. The heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. There weren't any great ancient emperors appearing, but it was similarly incomparably terrifying. It could take one's life at every turn. If it was anyone else, they would undoubtedly die. Hateful, Yizi can't display the laws and Tao. Otherwise, the situation would be even better. This might be a rare opportunity for him. He can't rely on divine abilities and can only rely on his physical body and primordial spirit to resist the heavenly tribulation. The more vicious the tempering, the greater the benefits. The Black Emperor said. Under a series of violent explosions, that place became blazing. Nothing could be seen anymore. It was clear that the lightning punishment had suddenly increased several times. It was truly world-destroying. Many stars in that region directly disappeared, blasted into cosmic dust and turned into flying ashes. Then, all living things in that region, including the Kuan Pang, gods and devils, vermilion birds, and heavenly ghosts, all disappeared. The cosmos became clear again. It ended extremely suddenly. Chapter 1640. The vermilion bird, demonic god, flying serpent, Kuan Pang and the others all disappeared. The most terrifying lightning tribulation came to an abrupt end. A few stars turned into dust, becoming ruined traces. There was blood there, as well as battle-clothes fragments, even more so a broken body. This type of boundless heavenly tribulation almost wiped out even Yi Fan's body and spirit. Everyone recovered from the terrifying lightning tribulation, and their expressions became serious. They all had different thoughts and reactions. Li Heishui, Li Tian and the others were naturally worried. That body had lost all signs of life. The people of the divine court were excited. Many wanted to roar towards the sky. There was no better news than this. They were all nervous as they stared at the scene. Had Yi Fan died? They had never heard of or seen this kind of tribulation. Its power was peerless. If Yi Fan died just like that, the people of the divine court would feel as if a mountain had been lifted from their hearts. How is it? Many people in the divine punishment city were whispering. They were also paying close attention, eager to know the result. Clang! Pieces of the cauldron floated among the star fragments. One by one, they rushed together and started to reform. They contained astonishing lightning and divine might. Much of the tribulation's power was absorbed by it. The myriad chi cauldron reformed and shot out beams of light. Even though they were small, they were like immortal swords that could split the universe. In the end, the light was restrained and it became simple and unadorned. Only the source chi fell down. There were thousands of strands like waterfalls. It seemed to have a special Tao rhythm. Inside the cauldron, the primal chaos and willpower undulated like a vast ocean. It seemed small, but it was like a real world. Yi Fan! Li Heishui and the others shouted. They were most worried about Yi Fan. As for the weapon, as long as Yi Fan was still here, it would naturally be repaired. I'm fine. That tattered body slowly stood up. Even though it was extremely dismal, badly mangled, white bones everywhere, he was still alive in the end, making it through this lightning tribulation. Sighs could be heard clearly from the divine court. They were full of regret and fear. Yi Fan had survived the heavenly punishment. This might be the beginning of a nightmare for them. Becoming a martial emperor with a physical body. Is this a real quasi-emperor? The tribulation suddenly stopped. Is it because his divine order chains are not visible? Is it because his body has advanced? This was the question in many people's hearts, but no one dared to ask. Even though Yi Fan's aura was restrained, he still had a terrifying might. No matter what, with the word emperor, he could go anywhere in the universe. Yi Fan's body was dripping with blood. The amount of golden blood decreased, and the amount of red blood increased. It was sparkling and translucent like a blood diamond. This was the purest divine body blood. His wounds were healing rapidly, and the bones that had been broken by the chaotic heavenly thunder were being reconnected. At this stage, the power of longevity had been greatly enhanced, and all aspects of his body had been greatly improved. The divine court army was thrown into chaos as they fled frantically. They had been unable to do anything to Yi Fan just now, let alone now. If the sacred physique really wanted to make a fuss, not many of them would be able to survive. The commanders had long since fled. The reason why they didn't give the order was because they hoped that the massive army would be able to delay Yi Fan. The starry sky was in chaos. There were people and cultivators everywhere. People were shouting and beasts were roaring. This was a great defeat. The people of the celestial court didn't chase after them. They were in chaos and ran for their lives. All of them hated the fact that they were born with 2 more legs. They were in a constant state of anxiety. As for those with some tricks, they had already activated their formation platforms and opened the realm gates to escape. The commanders of the divine court were all sullen. They had the ambition to conquer the universe and wanted to accomplish great things in this era. They wanted to follow the person who was about to achieve the Tao and create an immortal era. They wanted to leave their illustrious names in history. They didn't expect that they would suffer such a blow when their glory had just begun. They felt like stray dogs being frightened away. Yi Fan's tribulation was a great blow to them. Especially Umo, Yulan, and the others. All of their faces were pale. They had looked down on the world during these years and believed themselves to be heaven-warping talents. In the end, when they were compared with the divine physique, they discovered that they were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. The difference in their minds was too great. Yi Fan succeeded in crossing the tribulation, and his body reached the quasi-emperor realm. The difference between before and after was too great. The divine court realm army collapsed before they even made a move. Ordinary soldiers can leave, but some people have to pay the price, said Yi Fan. He recovered. A sea of stellar force gathered over, all of it pouring into his body. That place was like a bottomless pit, making all of the stars in the sky dim. He was looking for you, Ruah. She had a quasi-emperor artifact on her, and she was the one who gave the order to launch this attack. If he let them all go without any punishment or intimidation, then the people of the divine court would think that they were lucky and might become even more vicious next time. Although she was the first to leave, this emperor has long since locked onto her. I left a formation pattern guiding mark on her body, said the Black Emperor. Formation patterns appeared on the Black Emperor's palm and pointed in a direction. The specific coordinates of the starry sky were directly displayed. Yurua actually hadn't gone far. It was obvious that she wanted to continue observing this starry sky. "You're quite daring. I'll go capture her." The savage held the wolf-tooth club and licked his lips, revealing his snow-white teeth. He had long since noticed that although Yurua was a humanoid creature, her original body was definitely not human. He was prepared to capture her and cook her. "She has the scarlet blood iron hammer in her hands. If she hits you, you definitely won't be able to take it." "It's better if I go," said Li Tian, revealing an evil smile. "Perverted thief," the savage muttered in a low voice. "I'll go." After speaking, Yi Fan tore open the cosmos with his hands. He took a step inside and disappeared. The sky above the divine punishment city was completely silent. Everyone was shocked. The quasi-emperor's physical body was indeed terrifying. From now on, even without the order laws, he could enter and exit the cosmos as he pleased. It was better than any domain gate opened by a formation platform. "Do you guys think that little Yi Fan can fly now?" Li Heishui asked. When they thought of this question, their expressions became strange. Yi Fan didn't have laws and Dao. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to fly. But now, did he still need to fly? His physical body was unparalleled, and he could go wherever he wanted to go. The others were also petrified for a long time. At this stage, perhaps he didn't need laws and Dao anymore. Now, he had enough power to travel the world. Bang! In just an instant, a light sound came from the sky above the divine punishment city. The void split open, and Yi Fan returned with the great sage realm Yurua. He threw her at the feet of everyone. The scarlet blood iron hammer was broken into 2 pieces. It was dim and without light. Heavens, a quasi-emperor weapon was destroyed just like that. This is truly heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan had only gone for a moment, yet such a result had already occurred. How could they not be scared? It was too terrifying. What kind of tyrannical power was this? In that instant, everyone was horrified. They suddenly realized that the strongest aspect of a saint physique was its physique. When it reached the ultimate realm, it could directly challenge a great emperor. And now, Yi Fan's physical body had become a quasi-emperor. He had already walked on this path. Once the blood in his body completely turned red, he would become an uncrowned great emperor in this generation. This was just the beginning, but he had already destroyed a quasi-emperor weapon with his bare hands. It was truly shocking. When the million-strong army of the divine court heard that Yi Fan was pardoning them, most of them stayed behind. Now that they saw the daughter of the divine court lord being thrown on the ground, they were all stunned. Kacha! With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, Yurua's body trembled violently. Her cultivation was completely shaved off, and she was directly reduced to a mortal. She released a heart-wrenching cry. A black horn grew on her head, and a pair of gray wings appeared on her back. Her true form was revealed. This was a great sage, and even more so, the adopted daughter of the divine court lord. She was crippled with a flick of his finger. This caused everyone's breathing to become hurried. There was no longer any discussion in the cosmos. Everyone watched nervously. Yi Fan threw her into the million-strong army and said, "I'll spare your life. Take care of yourself." The celestial court doesn't cause trouble, but it isn't afraid of it either. The hundreds of thousands of troops of the divine court were silent for a long time before a commotion broke out. Their sect lord's position had definitely been challenged, but Yi Fan was fearless. "What are you making a ruckus for? Does the divine court think that it can command the world? It was you who attacked the celestial court first." Dong Fangyi said, "Don't think that just because a general has achieved the Tao, he can rule the world and control the universe. If he has the ability, let him go and flatten the life-forbidden zone. Don't think that just because a general has achieved the Tao, he can intimidate others. He also has a weakness. Unless he can kill everyone in the celestial court in a day. But can he do that?" The Black Emperor sneered. Some words didn't need to be said. The divine court lord had 9 sons, and they weren't adopted sons. If he dared to act wantonly, Yi Fan would naturally kill his 9 sons. Now that Yi Fan had reached this realm, it was too easy for him to kill someone. And it was very difficult for the divine court lord to stop a saint who wanted to leave. This was because if he refused to fight, He could find a random place to hide and it would be very difficult to find him. The universe was too big. What does the Divine Court Lord count for? Back then, when the paragons in the life-forbidden zone were wreaking havoc, he was there, hiding like a turtle. Now, he's acting mighty, but if he wants to harm little Yi, he'll become the enemy of all living beings. Li Tian sneered. There's no need to fear him. With little Nan Nan here, if he dares to enter the celestial court and act, he'll be scared to death. Li Heishui said. The Divine Court Lord suffered a great defeat. The Quasi-Emperor's scarlet bloodhammer was broken into two. Yu Ruo was crippled, and the million-strong army was defeated. This truly shocked the world and caused a huge wave. All of this was done by a single person. The Saint Yi Fan, who was thought to have gone into seclusion, had returned and risen once again. He would walk on his own path of legend and shake the starry sky. This gave rise to an unimaginable wave. However, this temporarily had nothing to do with Yi Fan and the others. Once the matter in the Divine Punishment City was settled, they would be on their way. The monkey had left for 10 years to participate in the battle between the ancient princes. Meanwhile, Yi Tong and Xianxia had also fought on the final emperor's path for 10 years. There was no news of them at all. Apart from this, Pang Bo and Yi Fan brushed past each other. 10 years ago, he also entered Imperial Pass. They wanted to take a look. It was easy to come out after all, but it's hard to go back in. As long as Yi Fan approached, the Crystal Steel and Imperial Pass would disappear. Withdrawing from this place meant giving up. It would be extremely difficult to enter again, because he wouldn't be acknowledged. It was rumored that this was a rule set by the great ancient emperors. In the end, Yi Fan and the others arrived at the final trial of the human ancient path. There wasn't a single person here who wasn't shocked. Back then, Yi Fan carried an immortal sword and chased after the Tao protectors here, forcing them to flee to the ends of the world, living in constant fear, leaving behind too many legends. The news of Yi Fan's group defeating Divine Court's great army of 1,000,000, the flesh deity becoming a quasi-emperor hadn't reached this place yet, because their speed was too fast, rushing ahead. However, no one dared to act disrespectfully towards them. Together with the legendary greedy Black Emperor who would flay skin to bone, savage barbarian king appearing, Li Tian and Yan Yishi whose names shook the world, this naturally made everyone feel reverence. In this place, they didn't waste too much effort to obtain an ancient order. It was given to them by a Tao protector, allowing them to enter Imperial Pass with this. This was a secret treasure. Since the ancient times, only a few people could use this type of special passage. It was clear that Yi Fan had the qualifications to be one of these people. With a schwa sound, they disappeared from their original location, directly appearing in a grand and imposing giant city. This place was majestic, draconic energy swirling about, ancient watchtowers majestic. This wasn't the #1 Imperial Pass, but rather the 5th city. Everyone already slaughtered their way here, experiencing 10 years of bloody struggle. Now, all that remained were the most powerful. Chapter 1641. The city was extremely grand. If one looked carefully, they would discover that they were all built from stars. Even though the Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and the others were used to seeing great scenes, they were still a bit stupefied. Just how many stars were used? Every single star was refined, ranging from the size of a wash basin to several zhang in length, condensed to this size, condensing incomparable Tao pattern natural laws. When building a city like this, there was no need to lay formations, it was sturdy enough on its own. Moreover, as the 5th Imperial Pass, how could there not be formation patterns? These were all symbols left behind by great emperors to protect this place. Even if exceptional experts fought here, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the city. Palaces floated in the air, immortal mists hazy between the pavilions, extremely faintly discernible, as if they arrived in an immortal paradise. There were actually hawking sounds in the city, leaving those who were still a bit alarmed a bit stupefied. What kind of place was this? How could there be these types of sounds in the imperial road struggle? Upon closer inspection, there were actually stalls set up at both sides of the road, moreover quite a few people, bustling with activity. What is going on? Those people were confused. Everlasting silver essence. There are several dozen grains of immortal tears green golden sand mixed within, rarely seen in this world. Fiend God Bone, the remains of a true fiend race supreme being, can be forged into a divine artifact. That was a 4-inch long white bone, as if it was some type of creature's finger bone. It was dull and lacking luster, but many people surrounded it, all of them expressing their amazement. Stellar divine sand, gathered from all regions of the heavens, a total of 10,000 gene. If refined properly, there is a chance of turning it into a quasi-emperor artifact. Someone shouted. A group of people crowded over, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Lightning Sound Precious Tree contains the world's source lightning sound. Through it one can understand the mysteries of heavenly tribulation, the world's rarest divine tree species. That was an ancient tree half the height of a person, branches like horned dragons. Even though it wasn't that tall, it was bold and powerful, lightning radiance roiling, containing a type of most fundamental magical Tao power. A group of people swarmed over, all of them looking like they had to obtain this precious tree, all of them rubbing their fists and palms together, hoping to get their hands on it. Yi Fan, Yan Yishi, and the others entered the city in a low-profile manner. Through their observations, they learned that there were natives in some imperial passes who were the guardians of the ultimate ancient path. The 9 imperial passes, as well as this ancient path, as well as the ancient places of life similar to the flying immortal battlefield, all of them needed people to watch over them. After endless years, they needed to carry out necessary adjustments, repairs, and other things. The people needed were the descendants of the heroes who had taken this path and failed. They couldn't leave this place. The number of people here wasn't that ridiculously high. The entire ancient path, 9 imperial passes, and even some ancient life battlefield that was involved in this place, these managers added up to half a city's population. Now, after the participants of the contest for supremacy had reached the last few rounds, these people began to appear to conduct the necessary transactions, and the things they took out were all rare items. Some heroes from the flourishing ancient region felt ashamed after seeing this. Even the treasures of an ancient land of life couldn't compare to a single treasure taken out by these people. The worst of these traded items were still great sage-level materials, moreover top-level. Among them no lack of divine materials needed to forge a quasi-emperor magical artifact. It was to the extent where if one's luck was good enough, discovering a small piece of immortal gold or other ancient emperor material wasn't impossible. Many experts who fought their way here discovered that the divine objects they relied on, the ones they were so proud of, were nothing more than street goods in comparison, completely unpresentable. Heaven's Stealing Sword, a treasure that has a chance of evolving into a quasi-emperor artifact, the deity within undergoing rebirth, reawakening, able to recognize it a second time. It is a supreme treasure that can only be encountered and not sought after. When the ancestor fought the decisive battle on the emperor path, he was only a hair away from achieving the Tao. The immortal shocking bow that was passed down is the most powerful quasi-emperor artifact. Nothing it can't break through, shooting gods and slaughtering devils, a single arrow able to shatter the cosmos. Even though it is damaged now, it isn't like there is no chance of repairing it. The city was bustling with activity, many stalls at both sides of the streets. They looked simple, able to open up after laying out a straw mat, but there really were many extraordinary divine objects. There were some ancestral magical artifacts that were left behind by unmatched geniuses who charged into the 9 imperial passes back then, possessing the wondrous mysteries of seizing the natural luck of heaven and earth. Of course, if one wanted to exchange for these things, they had to have ancient scriptures, secret techniques, and other things of equivalent value, or else they definitely wouldn't be able to exchange for them. They wouldn't use divine source and other things to trade like ordinary cultivators at all. The Black Emperor's eyes were dazzled, saliva about to flow out. However, he forcefully restrained his urge, not becoming a robber. At this time, he put on a dog appearance, his body standing up, even his dog head becoming a human head, the other parts still the same. Good stuff, I really want to rob them all. The Black Emperor muttered inwardly. However, when he considered his true strength, he felt like if he provoked everyone's wrath, it was still unknown who would rob who. The main street in the city was bustling with activity, divine materials and supreme treasures being traded. Meanwhile, the other regions were full of an extremely tense atmosphere. From the flying immortal battlefield until here, after 10 years of bloody battles, many people died. However, later generations came in an endless stream, replenishing the losses. After so many years had passed, the various clans' ancient paths still hadn't been sealed. There were always young faces who set foot on this journey, and in the end, quite a few people rose above the rest, slaughtering their way here. The number of humans in the city wasn't few compared to the other races, but compared to the tens of thousands of races, they would be quickly drowned out. Yi Fan and the others entered the city in a low-profile manner, purposely concealing themselves, not drawing the attention of the various clans. That person just now seemed a bit familiar, like the holy physique Yi Fan. Didn't he go into seclusion? He shouldn't have appeared again. Only a few people revealed suspicious expressions, but they didn't continue chasing after him. It was because this type of action in the city was extremely dangerous, possibly triggering a life-and-death battle. In the following few days, they learned a lot of information. Xianxia and Yi Tong entered the God and Devil battlefield outside the Fifth Pass, already fighting a bloody battle. After all these years, a few powerful figures didn't immediately confront each other. They all chose to advance, feeling restraining fear towards each other, not rashly taking action. Of course, there were also people who were truly confident, carrying out grooming plans for some of the younger generation's experts, hoping that they could have a pinnacle battle in the future. It was said that the most powerful expert of this generation of the god race, the Divine Lord, was such a person. He had already spread the word that no one could touch the people he designated, and if anyone dared to intercept them, he would immediately kill the person who provoked him. This wasn't just ordinary confidence, it was bordering on paranoia. Among these rumors, there was a name that Yi Fan and the others were familiar with, Ji Chengdao. 300 years had passed, and this child had long grown up. His martial arts were world-shaking, and he had obtained the divine king Jianghu and the Ji family's true inheritance. As soon as he entered the only true path, he was targeted by the Divine Lord. It was estimated that in 20 years, he would be able to have a small battle with him, and in 50 years, he would be able to fight with him. 10 years ago, Ji Chengdao entered the only true path and passed by Yi Fan. This time, they also came to see the little fellow, hoping that nothing bad would happen to him. Sigh, where did Brother Hao Yue go? First, he was defeated on the ancient path, and then, Ji Zi died in his place. It was a huge blow to him, and he disappeared after he grew up. I really don't know how he passed these years. Li Heishui sighed. Oh, he's at the 4th stage. I heard that a group of people will be arriving here in a few days, and we might be able to see him. This was the information that Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the others had learned. In fact, in just 2 days, the 5th city was in an uproar. That group of people had arrived, and Ji Chengdao was among them. As soon as he entered the city, he roared and shook the whole city, saying that he wanted to challenge the Divine Lord. This was a group of up-and-coming youngsters, and every one of them was outstanding. Their mounts were all rare mutants, and the people in mounts were all arrogant and unruly. Isn't that a sky-devouring beast? It's actually been tamed as a mount. A demonic soul horse. Such a powerful fluctuation, and the patterns on its body are all natural Tao talismans. This group of people entered the city and attracted people's attention. Among them, Ji Chengdao looked similar to the divine king, Ji Hao Yue. He had the heroic bearing of his father when he was young, sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. His body was tall and straight, and he walked with a majestic gait. No one would have thought that he wanted to challenge the Divine Lord as soon as he entered the city. One had to know that the strongest cultivator of the Shen clan was famous on the Emperor's Road, and he always had an overwhelming advantage in battle. Back then, the one who defeated Brother Hao Yue was probably the Divine Lord, and his mother was most likely from the Shen clan. He wants an explanation, Yan Yishi said. More than 300 years had passed. Although Ji Hao Yue didn't say anything about what had happened back then, they had found out part of the truth through various inquiries. The Divine Lord might go to the soaring sky tower. Di Tian, Fairy Qingshi, the Shen clan's goddess Shenlan, the Great Divine Spirit, the 9 Tribulations Taoist, and many other strong cultivators are also going there to gather. Someone transmitted his voice. It wasn't out of good intentions, but because he wanted to see a fierce battle immediately, to see a fierce battle between giants. Li Heishui was about to step forward and pull Yi Futian over, but he was stopped by Black Emperor, who said, "Let's wait and see. He's still young, he can take a beating." Although that was what he said, they all followed behind. Hey, little guy, by my celestial stunning bow. Back then, my ancestor used it to kill the Shen clan's Gemini. If you can repair it, no one from the Shen clan can stop you. Along the way, someone tried to promote the bow to Ji Chengdao. I don't have anything to exchange. Ji Chengdao shook his head. Don't worry, you can buy it on credit. Pay me back in the future. You'll have something I'm interested in sooner or later. It was a bearded man with a fake smile. Not interested. Ji Chengdao turned around and left, ignoring him. On the other side, Li Tian was hopping mad. Yan Yishi also widened his eyes in shock. They recognized the bearded man. More than 300 years ago, when Yi Fan and the other two rushed to Ziwei Galaxy to find little Nan Nan, they had seen him. At that time, the three of them disguised themselves as ordinary people. In the end, a bearded man at the Dao Palace realm came up to them and shamelessly wanted to take Li Tian and Yan Yishi, who were at the Saint King realm, as disciples. He was rejected by the two in anger. Now they actually met again. There was definitely something wrong with this bearded man. He wasn't an ordinary person. Back then, I accepted two brats as disciples but was rejected. Today, I'm offering a bow and was rejected again. Is it easy for an old man like me? It's hard to be a good person. The bearded man shook his head, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd. Who's the brat? Don't go, stop. Li Tian wanted to chase, but he was held back by Yi Fan. He shook his head and said, You can't catch up. He has already entered the starry sky. So fast. In the blink of an eye. Li Tian was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the bearded man had disappeared into thin air. Quasi-Emperor. Yi Fan only spat out these two words. His expression was solemn as he stared at the starry sky in the distance. It was only after a long while that he retracted his gaze. Everyone felt a wave of alarm. Li Tian and Yan Yishi were both a bit stupefied. They had previously brushed shoulders with a quasi-emperor, unable to say anything for a long time. Sky Rushing Restaurant, the tallest building in the 5th city. It floated in midair, purple energy pervading the air, full of an auspicious and peaceful aura. Fairy Xianxia has arrived. Multicolored light erupted in endless streaks, auspicious brilliance streaking out in thousands of streaks. A gentle and graceful figure descended, her hair coiled up high, skin sparkling white. She was an outstanding beauty, as if she was a fairy that walked out from a painting. She was elegant and exceptional, drawing the attention of many cultivators. There was someone who welcomed her in the building. This was clearly a Dao comprehension building opened by Imperial Pass natives, specially made for exceptional experts to drink tea, exchange pointers, and gather together. Di Tian Great One has arrived. Sounds of discussion immediately sounded from the distance. It is rumored that he was previously the opponent of the holy physique Yi Fan. Back then, even though he suffered greatly, it wasn't shameful, losing to the holy physique Yi Fan's Green Emperor incarnation. Right, I heard that this person really is formidable, actually able to contend against Green Emperor, fighting for such a long time. Even though he was defeated, it was still an honorable one. Woo, what a pity for the holy physique. Di Tian's appearance drew everyone's attention and discussions. Light Shaking King has arrived. In front of Sky Rushing Restaurant, another wave of noise erupted. After all these years, the light-shaking heavenly art had reached great completion, shaking up the starry skies, unmatched, becoming one of the most dazzling emperor stars on this path. Chapter 1642. 4 stone horses galloped over like thunder, their stomps making the earth rumble. They pulled a stone carriage, from which a tall holy spirit walked out. It was the stone man called Dewey. 9 tribulation clouds filled the air. A Taoist with a long sword on his back came. He did not have a sage-like temperament. On the contrary, his eyes were piercing like cold lightning. These were all overlords of the true path. Their powers were monstrous and they were invincible. They had never been defeated. Moreover, they were wary of each other. These people had not fought to the death yet. This stone man has killed too many people. He is full of killing intent. He has never left anyone alive. All his enemies have died. The 9 tribulations Taoist is not a good person either. The path behind him can be said to be bloody. These 2 people had killed their way to fame. As soon as they entered the Tower of Soaring Clouds, they attracted a lot of discussion. The goddess of the divine race, Shenlan, is here. Someone was surprised. In the distance, flower petals danced in the air. A beautiful woman came over. Sparkling petals swirled in the air, making the place look incomparably magnificent. This was a female cultivator of the divine race. Normally, few people dared to provoke her because it was rumored that she might have some blood relationship with the divine lord. Now, there was no one who did not fear the overlord of the divine race. What was surprising was that the two cultivators from the divine race arrived separately. They did not go the same way. A gray flood dragon came across the sky. It was hundreds of feet long and pulled a carriage. Chaotic energy filled the air as it went straight to the tower of soaring clouds. Everyone gasped. This old flood dragon was a peak existence of the great sage level. Yet, he had become a laborer pulling the carriage. It was truly shocking. Everyone knew who had arrived. It was undoubtedly the Divine Lord. There was no one else but him. He had subdued a total of 8 mounts. These people were all the strongest cultivators of their regions who had walked the ancient path of the stars. Now, they had become laborers pulling the carriage. The Divine Lord was considered low-key. He only used one wild beast to pull the carriage. He did not bring all of his mounts, but it was still shocking. The gray flood dragon turned into an old man. He stood up and lifted the curtain of the carriage. A man came out and attracted everyone's attention. This was a man of medium build. He didn't look tall, but he had a kind of natural majesty to him, as if he was the ruler of the world. His head of purple hair was extremely thick, and his purple eyes were almost demonic. The lightning in his eyes solidified, and when it swept over everyone, it made them feel as if knives were scraping at their bones, arrows piercing their marrow. It was terrifying beyond compare. He wore an imperial crown on his head that flowed with purple golden light, tying up his purple hair. He wore a divine emperor robe that was embroidered with scenes of ascension as well as images of gods and devils bowing to him. His entire body flowed with multicolored light, and he exuded an oppressive aura of nobility. He also possessed a domineering aura, as if he was the peak of the world. He wasn't very muscular, but he made others revere and fear him. With every step he took, there was a special type of fluctuation. The heaven and earth resonated with his Tao. He didn't seem like a human, but rather like the most ancient deity that descended into the mortal world, looking down on the mortal world. Everyone who was swept by his gaze felt as if they were suffocating and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The muscles and bones in their bodies felt like they were going to split apart, and they were unable to resist. This was precisely a divine being, God race's current generation's most powerful expert, unmatched throughout the ancient paths. After entering Imperial Pass, he even more so suppressed the experts of all clans until they couldn't even raise their heads. Only when he entered Heaven Rushing Tower did everyone release a breath of relief, daring to speak out. So this is a divine being, too terrifying. Just looking at him makes one feel as if they are falling into an abyss, about to self-destruct. Who can stop him? Worthy of being someone who subdued a desolate beast, someone who even the great sage could only pull a carriage for. A group of supreme experts all entered. Xianxia also arrived, quite a bit of the armor on his body damaged, dyed in dark red bloodstains. He directly went upstairs. He came to make a scene, wishing to fight against a divine being. This had long triggered a commotion. Quite a few people followed him upstairs, all of them wishing to see what was going on. This tower was extremely tall, and also extremely grand. There were spatial natural laws within. Forget about the experts who only came to join in on the liveliness. Even if 100,000 people entered at the same time, it wouldn't be an issue. The inside of the highest floor was extremely indistinct. There was a vast tall platform that seemed to be formed from a giant mountain that had been cut off by someone. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. There were jade tables there one after another, each of them corresponding to a stone chair. The seats were quite far apart from each other, and the overlords of the current era were seated there. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't ascend the giant platform that was like a broken mountain, only able to look up from below. It was because the people above didn't hide anything, the aura that flowed out extremely oppressive, formlessly cutting off everyone's paths. This made many people feel discouraged. They knew that after today's event, their emperor paths already grew dim. There was no way they could contend against the people above. They were already defeated before they even took action. However, there were a few who still had tender faces that weren't discouraged, inwardly clenching their fists. They were still young, still had time to sharpen themselves. Divine being, do you dare fight? Xianxia was extremely direct. With a single step, he ascended the ancient platform that was half a mountain tall. With a loud shout, the entire building trembled thrice. After so many years, his heart was extremely bitter. He couldn't see his mother, and his father had also left for the distance. Even now, he still remembered that when he grew up, His naturally unyielding father's hair was already white. He silently prepared himself, dressed in gray clothes, dressed like a slave, leaving into the distance. He couldn't stop him even if he wanted to, and even now, he didn't know where he was. His father was known as the Divine King more than 300 years ago. Regardless of whether it was in the northern Dipperstar domain or on the ancient path he walked, he was unrivaled, unyielding and unyielding. However, in the end, he went into seclusion. After secretly understanding a lot, Ji Chengdao found out that the past matters were related to the divine being. He suppressed his mother, defeated his father, and ruthlessly and almost humiliated the divine king, chasing him away. More than 300 years had passed. Ji Chengdao's student surpassed his master, becoming far more powerful than his father back then. He walked to the great sage's desperate situation. This was a barrier that stopped many people. Even the older generation was only so. They were all blocked here and couldn't pass. Although he was relatively young, he was no weaker than others. Child, you still can't do it. I've said before, at least 50 years later, you can only fight against the strong. Now you are still far from it. On the high platform the divine being spoke. His voice was hazy, like a celestial being sitting in the chaos. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. Pretentious! Ji Chengdao sneered. He glanced at everyone present, then stared at the divine being and said, "Let's fight with real action." The divine being sat there like a clay statue without any emotions. He said, "I'm just afraid that I'll hurt you and cause your Dao heart to become unstable. Go cultivate for another 50 years. I'll wait for you." I, Ji Chengdao, am not afraid of failure. I grew up under the beating of one elder after another, so why would I be afraid of a little setback? The Black Emperor nodded. He had been tortured by them since he was young. Not to mention the roar of the barbarians and the bite of the king dog. Even the heartless Taoist used the Heaven's Calamity Pass technique to train him in hellish ways. The biggest advantage of the divine being was his tenacity. He was not afraid of failure, and the more he suffered, the stronger he would become. After each battle, he would sum it up and improve to the next level. For this, Yi Tong taught him several forbidden techniques such as the Zhe and Xing characters to protect his life. A bell-like laughter was heard. The goddess of the divine race, Shenlan, stood up and waved at Ji Chengdao. She said, "Good child, you are ambitious. Come to me." "Who are you?" Ji Chengdao didn't appreciate it. He knew that this female expert was also from the divine race and didn't have a good impression of them. "Sigh, you really inherited your parents' arrogance. I don't have any bad intentions towards you. I just think that you are very cute and stubborn." "Not bad, the divine being is nothing. You should scold him a little." "I support you." Shenlan had a smile on her face, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Ji Chengdao sneered and ignored her. He continued to stare at the divine being. "You want to fight with me?" the divine being said. His eyes suddenly became many times colder, shooting out 2 terrifying beams of light. The people below were so shocked that they took a few steps back. Their faces were pale, and many people were coughing up blood as if they had been struck by lightning. How powerful was this power? It was just a gaze, but it was like 2 hammers of punishment from the god of thunder, injuring the great sage who was walking on the emperor's path. "Not bad." Ji Chengdao stood there like a javelin. His expression didn't change. His fighting spirit reached the clouds, and his aura rose to the extreme. "Very well, come sit next to me. I will give you a chance to fight in the future," the divine being said. "Why should I sit next to you?" Ji Chengdao was not happy. Well, the people you followed in the past were all useless and wasted a lot of your time. I will teach you personally in the future," the divine being said expressionlessly. He looked more and more like an ancient god statue, shrouded in mist. "You don't have the right to say that." Ji Chengdao's face darkened. "He is your uncle, so he won't hurt you." "I am your aunt, so I can guarantee that," Shenlan, the goddess of the god clan, said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Their hearts were in turmoil. Ji Chengdao's mother was the sister of the divine being and Shenlan. For many people, it was the first time they had heard this, and they found it unbelievable. "The blood of the god clan flows in your body, but I sealed the god master fragment when you were young. Come back to the god clan with me, and I will open it for you," the divine being said coldly. "No need. My goal is to defeat you." Obviously, Ji Chengdao had already guessed the relationship between them. Although he wanted to kill him, he still had a sense of propriety. You can't. You have been wasted by a bunch of useless people. Follow me from now on, and I will teach you personally. You can fight with me in 50 years, the divine being said emotionlessly. Who do you think you are? Ji Chengdao didn't appreciate it and became angry. His freedom was taught by his father, the Black Emperor, Duan De, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and Yi Tong. He wouldn't allow others to look down on him. In my opinion, the so-called celestial court is a joke. A true expert can kill his way through the universe alone. Any organization is nothing, the divine being said calmly. Beside him, someone looked unhappy. It was the top expert from the celestial court, and he was called Young Sovereign Lord behind his back. He was the youngest son of the celestial court's sovereign lord, and he had also walked this path. He felt that the divine being's attack was too broad. Let's not talk about this first. We are just sitting down to discuss some things. Someone invited us to drink some divine tea. My child, come sit with me. Don't be angry, Shenlong said as she walked towards Ji Chengdao. At this moment, Di Tian stood up with an amiable smile on his face. A ball of resplendent light appeared in his palm, and the moment it appeared, the great Tao rumbled as 10,000 types of Tao laws cascaded down, drowning the entire platform. This was extremely shocking. Source of the Tao. Many people below exclaimed in shock. All of them stared with wide eyes. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. This was especially so now. As one's cultivation base grew higher and higher, cultivation would become increasingly difficult. This kind of source of the Tao that obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth and was bestowed upon geniuses, displayed its value even more. There was only one path before everyone. If they could obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they would have a chance to become the quasi-emperor. He really has the source of the Tao. Everyone sighed in admiration, envy, and jealousy. Such a thing was rarely seen since ancient times. It was hard to encounter and couldn't be begged for. It was one of the most precious divine treasures in the eyes of cultivators. Many people's eyes turned red. Di Tian refined the source of the Tao, using it to steam a jade teapot. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, and in the end, the source of the Tao entered the teapot, nourishing it. At the very end, a translucent jade cup appeared on every stone table. The fragrance wafted through the air, and there were also thousands of laws of the Tao being nurtured within, causing everyone to sink into a state of Tao comprehension. I'm ashamed. After so many years, although I obtained the source of the Tao, I still couldn't truly fuse it with my immortal foundation. What a pity. I'll use this to offer everyone to enjoy this tea together. Di Tian spoke. The source of the Tao flew out from the jade teapot, clearly dimming a little. He kept it and it vanished from sight. Many people raised their cups. The Great Might Holy Spirit and the 9 Tribulations Taoist were all moved. Such a thing was too rare, they truly needed it. Even the Alcade monarch and Yin Tianda had strange expressions on their faces. Divine light flashed in their eyes. Although they didn't say anything, great waves surged through their hearts. This was the first time Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others saw Yin Tianda. They couldn't help but nod their heads silently. This person was definitely extraordinary. He wasn't majestic, but he had an innate Tao charm to him, like the reincarnation of an immortal king. Amidst his transcendent aura, there was also a sharpness hidden within, causing people to revere him. So this is Yin Tianda. Back then, for the sake of ancient divine scriptures, he dared to fight against the human king, Taoist Jianghu, and several other grand completion kings. He even killed his sworn brother, Taoist Sang's father, without hesitation. Domineering, ruthless, decisive, truly a character that's difficult to deal with. Li Heishui sighed, feeling that this person wasn't easy to provoke. He was definitely a terrifying enemy. On the ancient platform, the fragrance of tea could be smelled from afar, causing the people below to feel envious. Don't drink it. When many people raised their cups, the voice of the Black Emperor rang out in Ji Chengdao's ears. Ji Chengdao, who had reached the minor completion stage, felt his heart trembling. He naturally wouldn't drink it. It was just that he didn't expect the Black Emperor to come. He felt extremely agitated and excited in the depths of his heart. The Black Emperor had seen the scene just now. With his personality, he naturally had to express something. Whether it was the Divine Lord, Tienda, or Di Tian, they all made him very unhappy. In a corner below the platform, the Black Emperor took out a few jade basins and filled them with divine water. He cut open the sealed source of the Tao and threw them in separately. He called out to Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and Li Heishui, pointing at their feet and then at the jade basins. "You're so wicked. How will those people feel when the time comes?" At this moment, no one noticed because the Black Emperor and the others were in a corner behind the crowd. Moreover, they had used the flawless heaven-deceiving formation and had been very low-key the whole time.